Good morning, everybody. Happy Friday. I know probably no one's here just yet. Maybe. Are you guys waiting? Were you guys waiting for us to go live? Who is ready for some psychology knowledge today? Oh, you are here. Okay. How are you this morning? Tacitos. I'm just barely getting my morning started here in Pacific time here in California. What a drop, guys. What a drop on M&Q here. What do you guys mostly trade? Are you mostly trading futures or stocks? Nigel, good morning. I just want to make sure that I have both of my charts up just in case you guys want to take a look at other assets. Okay, let me see. Have you guys had your coffee yet? Because I just brewed my cup. So let's take the first sip together. Cheers. There's nothing like that first sip, right? Okay, guys, so let's take a look at what's going on with the market here. And then we'll get into our psychology talk as soon as my partner jumps on. So, hi, Snowman. Let's look at SPX here. Yesterday, when I was looking at the charts and comparing all the different assets, it was so interesting to see the difference between SPX and QQQ. Watch this. SPX on the 4 hour on the left side and QQQ on the 4 hour on the right side. Look at how much room SPX still has to drop. And to me, it's kind of scary because it's like, does this mean we're going to keep dropping? And if so, how much more? Or the question is SPX going to hold this level to go higher? Okay, cool. Good to know, Nigel. So that was something like that I just found very interesting here. Oh, I just saw the picture of my YouTube banner. I think I need to give them a better picture. I don't like that. That blazer and that shirt makes it looks like the blazer doesn't fit me. Okay, I'm just gonna tell my team really quick on Discord that I am live. Any plans that you guys have this weekend? Okay. Okay. So anyway, let's take a look at this on a like with deeper detail. Oh, you want to look at Netflix? Oh yeah, yesterday I missed yesterday's earnings. I had to go do adult stuff. Good morning, Jesse. Yeah, let me just analyze QQQ really quick because I want to make sure that I'm also ready for market open. So if we just take a look at this, we can essentially draw a new level here. And typically the way that I draw my levels is by using ICT methods and order blocks. And here on the daily time frame, we have this order block right here, which is like the little dash line that I drew. So maybe we can continue to come down to that level. Let's go to the 4 hour. It looks like it like already went down through that level. So it's like, I don't know if we're gonna keep coming down lower to this. Maybe we'll just go sweep those lows down there and then hopefully stop the bleeding. But I really don't know. So let me just adjust this quickly and see if it'll come down to those levels there. It's so close on QQQ. And then on SPY, let me see, or SPX, same thing, but let me see if my, extend sessions. That's probably why. Okay, here we go. Yeah, no, I mean, it still pretty much shows that we're still holding this level up here. So it'll be really interesting to see both of them. I'm gonna have both of them up to see if this will hold at this level, and then I want to know what QQQ is gonna do, because we're gonna be ready for a reversal eventually, right? Um, so we'll see what happens today. I'm probably not going to trade heavy. Oh my god, I can't spell. NF. There we go. Holy moly, what happened to Netflix? Is no one Netflixing and chilling anymore? Hoo, hoo, hoo. Or do the shows suck now? What's going on? Okay, big me to fit me. Good morning. Um, okay, Nigel, I see you. That's cool that you have an event with your alumni and football, of course. That's so funny. Okay, yeah. So what happened to Netflix, guys? The heck happened here? Just bad earnings, I'm guessing. I I didn't look at the market after I had to leave the house, so I wonder what happened. Anybody? Mhm. Jeez. Okay, well, did anybody short it? Jackson, you're maybe new here? I haven't seen you. But we're also new. This is the second week that we've done this show. So today we're going to focus on a specific topic in psychology in regards to being kind and compassionate to each other, and specifically to ourselves in the trading space. Um, because trading could be very emotional, as you guys know, and it is very important to be compassionate, because if you continue to, like, for example, take losses, it's so easy for you to, like, talk down on yourself and um, have like negative thoughts of like, oh, okay, I'm not good enough, or I'm, say negative things to yourself, like I'm dumb or whatever. I mean, I don't know what goes on in your brains, but I found myself yesterday, being hard on myself for missing this whole drop pretty much. And typically my trades are always like range bound, so like I'll short from the top and I'll pretty much like hold it. And so I mean, I guess you can consider me a swing trader, but I will scalp, especially if I'm live trading. But anyway, so I used ChatGPT to journal like what was going on mentally, and I was expecting for ChatGPT to be like, it's okay, don't worry, like there'll be other trades. But she was like, hey, you took the time to reflect on this. I would say you're improving, and you should focus on the progress of improvement. And I'm just like, bro, that's not what I wanted to hear, but I guess you're right. But what other tickers do you guys want me to take a look at? Obviously, Netflix had a really big dump. Let's look at BIYA. What is this company actually? I have a feeling today's going to be pretty slow, so hopefully we can get some viewers. Don't forget to like and subscribe, guys, to make sure that you guys get reminded of every Friday night to talk psychology. Oh, this is a a very cheap stock. Looks pretty good. It reported when? Did it report this morning? Mm, no, it didn't report this morning. Yeah, it looks like it's flagging. If it holds this level, it could potentially keep going, but not really sure. What are your thoughts on it? Snowman. I feel so weird being here by myself. Okay, let's see. S dot. Oh, okay. S dot looks pretty good too. Looks like it's holding this bull flag. Wow. I mean, well, we broke this downtrend, so looks pretty good. Are you thinking of taking some option contracts here, or what's going on here? I could see wow, if it really like holds this level, we could see some 40s up in there. Well, should we call him? Should we wake him up and be his alarm clock? I don't know where he's at. To report ticker. Thanks, Jesse. Let's see. Actually, yeah, since this is a psychology channel for today, what do you guys have as far as psychology wise? Like, do you guys have any questions? This is looking nice as well for a continuation to sweep this high up here to 169 and then maybe like a new high. So, yeah, I don't typically trade like regular stocks unless I'm like really bored. Um, but if something looks really good, like Apple, man, Apple has just been running, right? Like, look at that. It's like most likely if it holds this level, it's gonna keep going to push a new high. When was this high? That's today. Pre-market. That's so crazy. Oh gosh. Oh my gosh. Did you guys know that CME is going to be allowing futures on regular stocks? Like, oh, Taku. I should just call you Taco. Since you guys are giving me all these names. Um SNDQ, let me see. What's that? Oh, okay. You guys are giving me all these trades here. Think of oh, oh, okay. We have some sounds here. Miss Olive. Uh, maybe I'm gonna log off and start taking some of these trades here. Just kidding. Nah, I'm not gonna trade today. I think I'm just gonna take a look at the markets and be patient because I had a pretty rough emotional week. So I think I'm just going to take it easy. But damn, this one looks nice. This one looks really nice. I wonder if it'll give us like a nice little pullback at market open. I mean, it's probably even just moving right now at pre-market. But yeah, like if it holds above 412, we can risk below like maybe 408, this little support here, and then this has a lot of room up. You can aim for maybe 430, 440, 450 for new high. We'll see. What do you guys think? You guys think it's going to continue to come down lower? I mean, yeah, if it doesn't go above 420, then we can continue to see some downside and maybe break this level here and come down lower, but I don't know. It'll be interesting to see what it wants to do here. So you guys have nothing about psychology? No questions? We have 10 minutes until market open. We need a short Loru. I see. What's Loru? The heck is that? Yeah, for sure. The consecutive losses is a psychological challenge, even if the strat has edge. For sure, Nigel. Yeah, I mean, honestly, the stock market will test you. If it doesn't break you, it will test you, right? And only the warriors survive. Okay. I like the little background noises. I didn't jump onto the studio. Maybe I should do that next time. Um Jackson, success successive wins are worse for me than losses. I end up risking more and losing it back. Oh, you're getting a little too cocky there. You guys are grabbing dinner without me? That's not fair. Um, Guys, I think MNQ is gonna keep coming down to this 21,180 level, and if not, the next level I see is 27,442. But I really doubt it's gonna come down to that level because right now it's coming to sweep these previous lows down here, and then this is the other order block that I have that could potentially come down to. But it's like I don't know. It's like you guys already know, like I only short, right? I'm more short bias. So if we flip this and we inverted this chart and we say like, oh, look at how bullish this is, I just can't chase these calls, right? Or these longs. So it's the same thing. I can't chase the shorts, right? So I'm gonna wait for confirmation for some settlement, for some area of demand for the market to tell us, okay, it's gonna hold here. Let's start looking for a position for a potential reversal. But it is Friday. I think, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure options are going to be expiring. So I I mean, how just think about it like this, right? Psychologically, like we want to make money, right? Like that's why we're all here. So we have to think ahead, like where could shorts be covering if they're diamond handing this drop, or where are they where are the buyers going to start to come in? So we have to think about it like that. Well, at least that's how I think about it, especially the way that I trade. And then if you're, like let's say you're consistently winning, right? Like you want to focus on those wins. Like you want to make sure that you are celebrating those wins so that you don't get greedy or too cocky and then go in and over leverage and then give it all back, right? So that's just kind of food for thought. It is Friday, so obviously for me, like I would be more focused on protecting my capital, and not getting greedy, especially if I already had a good week. Excuse me, I need to load up on my caffeine. My coffee's getting cold, guys. I think I need to get an ember, like those coffee mugs that make your coffee hot all the time. Okay, let's keep the comments coming so I don't feel lonely, please. And don't forget to like and subscribe and invite your friends. Share the link, post it on your stories, on your social medias. Jesse, thank you for inviting me. In my opinion, no reason to stay short at the open. Yeah, we'll see, Yes, third Friday OPEX. Order 7530 hour long ES from 7489. I'll take my piece and leave. Okay. Okay. Let's see. I don't trade minis, especially not live. So let me see your level. You said 7530, 7489. Okay. Let's take a look at it on a 4-hour time frame. Yeah, I mean, it still has these lows to sweep out here. Um, Let me see the level that I have. This is the next level here. Oh, I'm going to give Steve a piece of my heart today for leaving me alone and lonely on stream today. He's probably hella tired. Guys, we have to wake up at 5 to like groom and look pretty for our stream. And I actually also stream really late on TikTok. So, in my opinion, guys, this is not ready for longs, right? Like, look at what happened in previous history. Like, what happened for it to go long? This is how I always like tell my students, okay, like if we had a run there and a run here, like what happened at that level, right? So if we take a look at like the 15-minute or the 30, whatever, we have 5 minutes until market open. Look at this beautiful double bottom essentially, right? So if you're looking for a long position, I mean, look at how long it took from that drop until this second touch for it to have that nice run. So essentially Wednesday the 8th to actually Wednesday the 8th at pre-market, and then 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, like 5 hours, right? So are you gonna be that patient to wait for that double bottom, or are you gonna take that first run? And if so, what happened here at this level that made it, go up? So be patient. Be patient. Don't enter in too early thinking that you know what the market is going to do. You don't know. Nobody knows what the market's going to do. All we know is that we're going to wait for that level to get hit. We're going to wait for those lows to get swept out and start looking for a position or confirmation to go long. So 7530, yeah, that's pretty much up there. So it already broke that. And then 7489, that's pretty much like down here. So yeah, I don't know. I would wait for this sweep, for that low to get swept, right? Because this is where it swept. This is where it held the previous low. So I would wait for that, for 74.69, 74.68, 75 to get swept, and then wait for a reclaim of 74.73 or 75, and then start looking for your long position. But that's just me, who am I to say anything about the market? Okay. What? Who do? Okay. For me, it's second guessing an entry. When I see a good setup, I talk myself into one more candle and I miss the best entries. Okay. Well, I would say use the replay mode and notice if those thoughts come up on replay, and then like stop it for just a second and then journal that. Like, what were the emotions that came up? Is it fear? Fear of what? Right? Obviously losing money. Or is it fear of being wrong? So I would say to maybe start journaling those psychological emotions, right? Like, what's happening to me psychologically? It's not just the second guessing. There's something behind the second guessing, right? Steve, you are in so much trouble. You better have a good excuse. Lonely here.
Well, let me tell you how my
tell,
morning's been, Alejandra.
tell me. I gotta catch up
Uh,
on the comments. I like told them to blast the comments, and now I'm like hella behind, 5 minutes behind because I'm in
Classic, classic. Well, it
Good
turns out
morning.
it's really hard to look for what you can't see, and it turns out I'm a lot blinder than I thought without my glasses. So I apologize there. Oh, we call that compounding issues.
Oh
How we doing,
shoot.
guys? I
Well,
see you guys in the chat. I won't forget about you, Mr. Talkit, Mr. Jesse Fister. Great to see you guys. Nigel, as always. Snowman. I'm here, I promise, and we're gonna be ready to rock in just 1 second here. We got 1 minute till the
yeah,
bell. And that's
I was
enough
just
time,
about to
right,
say,
guys?
yeah, that's enough time. I see a freaking drop here, and then I don't know. I'm wondering if we're gonna come down to 28 180, but it's gonna be really scary. I
Quite a
have it.
drop overnight here, right?
I know, jeez.
Holy moly. Yeah, just checking in on the daily candles here. This is a big washout. And there goes my first trade idea of the day because we did have a large node of high gamma down at, what was it? I believe it was, yeah, all the way down here at 75. Sorry, 74.50. Yeah, we've gotten way down here on SPX, the equivalent. And here is the bell.
Market's open.
All right, wow, quite a print, way down and still dropping a little bit lower just right out of the gate there. So, Alejandro, do you have do you have a little bit of a lean one way or the other here? Do you think we're going to get any kind of recovery today, or is it just straight blood in the streets, further downside? How you feeling?
I think we've been bleeding enough, and because we have contracts expiring today, I would not be surprised if the shorts get greedy AF, and hold it until they see some sort of confirmation that we're going to start a reversal. But it is Friday. I really doubt we're going to see a rally or a reversal. I could be wrong, but
Mhm.
that's just like what I feel intuitively. I see a fake to the upside and then a sweep before we actually start moving up. So I'm not touching this.
You're not
I'm
touching it. That's fair. Well, we have a couple things that I'm looking forward to talking about today in terms of psychology. And the first and most relevant for me today is how to get back on track if a morning doesn't quite go your way, if you're not quite feeling in the zone. So for me, I
yeah.
think it'll be extra important to wait that first 15 minutes to actually take any trades. For me, I'm really going to be focusing on that opening range and seeing how we react right out of the gate here. I think your inclination might be right that we might be a little oversold, but again, that first 15 minutes could always be just a little dead cat. So I'm going to be very curious to see how this plays out here in the next couple minutes. The other thing is we've kind of already speed ran to where I was looking to take this into the end of the day, that big high volume node that was a full percent below on SPX. So it kind of leads the begs the question: how much more pain can we really have on one day? We could see some dead cat and then try to push further down, but just straight out of the gates, that would be some real a real sign for concern, I'd say. And I'm yapping while I get my charts up here.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't really think our lovely president will let us drop that much, unless he comes up with some BS excuse like he always does.
Mm.
Um,
It's
but
hard to read. So I was trying to get
here's what
a.
we can say.
Mm,
If you've been short and if you've been holding contracts or shares or whatever short, make sure you're trailing your stop, right? Obviously. You should not ever let a trade go from green to red.
I'm a
Or
fan of that.
yeah, or if you've been getting stopped out in profit or breaking even, don't go in again. Oh my god. I'm losing my voice.
I was making you do all the talking. That's on me.
Don't go in again and then take that loss, right? And I speak from experience. So, and because like, oh my gosh, yeah. Let's talk about that, right? Because we were talking about that today. So I took okay. I don't even want to show you my executions because I'm embarrassed.
Oh
But
no.
yesterday we both, I don't know if it was, no, it was Caesar and Dave. I was shorting this entry here. And I try not to get influenced by other streamers. Look at that drop, I told you. Oh.
I thought you'd be all over it. I thought this was the short queen special.
I
No?
told you I'm
Oh
not
man.
touching this. Hell
Real
no.
quick, Alejandro, we are still dropping right out of the gate. I'm surprised here. I'm looking for targets to the downside. The 740 handle, maybe it's a magnet at this point. We're only $1 away. I'm also looking at the prior swing lows on the hourly. That's sitting at 739.52. These are SPY levels. So we have a
Yeah.
little bit of room, and it looks like we're just reaching and reaching. That's wild. Crazy, crazy
Yeah.
washout so far here. And let's see if we can get any kind of bull stand going before that level. Otherwise, I think we're breaking structure here and kind of confirming that things are not going so hot. So, did you happen to catch the the talk
The
last
drop?
night? What was it? Is it a speech? I guess it's something.
Oh, no. From who? Where?
Oh, Mr. Trump himself, our dear president, our dear leader. So it was a little bit wild. Apparently,
Really? What
we're
happened?
accusing China of some election interference.
Oh,
It feels like I'm on House of Cards or something. I was not anticipating that on my bingo card. We'll see how it plays out. I don't think that explains the full drop here, but I don't think it helps either, right? But like you're saying, could be on pace for a good headline around the corner when Trump wakes up and sees what he's done here. Not all on him. Definitely some blood in the streets and talk bringing something interesting here. The Kospi
yeah.
index is closed today. So that's worth
Mm.
talking about too. Oh, I see my charts up.
Also,
Apologies.
also, just keep in mind, like, I don't trade news, guys. Like, I literally ever barely trade news. I only trade
Mhm.
pure technical. So it's interesting that you bring up that point because it's like, okay, if we have negative, headlines or whatever, I would not even be surprised if this just goes to take everybody's stop losses out and then starts rallying. And it's like,
Mhm.
wait, did we not just have like negative news or whatever, So I don't know. Let's look at it on a weekly time frame, right? Oh wait, you're
Spy or yeah, I'm
yeah,
assuming.
I guess. Yeah, because what I was telling them earlier is that QQQ and SPY don't look the same. Like
Mm,
SPY still has a lot of room to come down, and let me see if I can.
I got the
Uh,
comparison here for you.
yeah, yeah, go for it. You go for it.
Oh, I was just going to illustrate here. I got SPY on the left and Q on the right here for the weekly chart here. But I definitely see what you're saying here, where this pull down so much weaker than here. You're seeing we're down past. Oh, actually, let's see. I'm just going to get the
Yeah,
drawings back and then delete my own drawings. We don't need those.
no, like listen, for what I see on the weekly is a bloody like nightmare because we just broke the support level, right? And the like if you flip this, right? Like if we invert it and we look at it from a bullish side, there's no ceiling. Like where's the next ceiling? The next
Oh, I
ceiling is
love it.
at
We're so
6266.
bearish. This is my favorite time when everybody's like things were going much lower, and then we get those wild. Sorry, trying to type this. Hold on. Then we get
But
those wild snapback rallies. There we
this
go.
could also be really exciting because that means that we're finally getting a healthy, like not a healthy, wouldn't call this healthy, but like I think finally we're gonna get some like nice ranges, and I would like to see some correction. I mean, we've been so bullish and we've just been consolidating in this little stuffy area where if we do break this, I would love to see a retest back into that area of demand and then keep going down. But hopefully people don't get scared and um, like I mean, that's why I don't really have investments right now. I'm waiting for that opportunity. I'm waiting for that pullback to essentially start loading on investments. So
So this
that's
is the that's a good point you bring up. I think that it might not be just you. It might be a good amount of people there who are a little bit have some trepidation, have some nervousness about getting too involved in size, at least in the
Yeah.
market right now when things are so high. And so I think this is a great day to just keep things in perspective here. Yes, we have blood in the streets. Yes, it is still pushing lower, and we'll check in on that. The active, shorter time frames in just a sec. But I think it's important to look at these weeklies and just remember that, hey, on a longer time frame, if this was the chart that we were looking at, if the indices were bottoming here and curling up like this, it would not be unreasonable to expect or look for a retest of these kind of prior swing lows, which in reality are that prior swing highs from quite a while ago. Not saying that I expect that, but just want to put that out there that we can see a pullback and still be totally healthy across the board, on a longer time frame. I also think that things actually aren't as bad under the hood as you might think. We already have had quite a significant correction in the leading index here, or the leading, way up here with SMH. And I wonder if maybe the pain is closer to over than people assume, because we have had this, 35 or okay, now that I look at it, it's only 20% on SMH here. We could still definitely see another 10% or so. And that's where I think I'm going to be really looking for a catch by the 500 at the worst case on SMH there. So let me see what's happening on this 1 minute chart, because yeah, we were still flushing pretty decently. And I think that, okay. All right, so I think we have a decent little range to watch now. The 5 minute opening range set itself here, and we might as well, or we might very well get the exact same opening range on the 15 minute. So I'm going to start drawing this out. We'll see if we can get in the zone, find a
Yeah,
little
the
trade here.
SPY still has room to come down to 730. But here's
30.
the thing. It's kind of hard to continue to short SPY when M&Q has just been hitting all these lows, and then SPX is the next level that I have is 74.40. So it's like, I don't know. It's kind of confusing to make a decision here, which is why I kind of just want to sit on my hands and just like let this play out.
I do think that we're oversold, and this looks quite strong. So watch if you're looking for a setup, guys. 742.58, that opening little pop, the first minute or so. If we can break above that, I think we may be good for a little scalp at the very least. That's the only setup I'm seeing right now, but it definitely looks like this kind of fake breakdown, failed auction and cash session where it's finally got some juice. You're seeing the big outperformance on SPY to Q there. Very impressive in terms of that. So that's a little bit worrisome, just because I'd like to see the Qs lead us up on a bounce. That being said, clearly SPY driven here, and we can start to look at the components of the index and see what's driving it as well.
We'll see.
This
Let me
is
see.
still very heavy in terms of energy and XLP. Those were both up 1.5%. I'd love to see these come down as the market gets more inclined to take a little bit of risk, put a little bit of risk on, and pump the QQQs like we're talking about. Till I see that, still a little worrisome. Top wicks, but wait for the candle close, and then we'll see if we can get going. Does seem quite strong to me still, just off the opening cash session. So 3 minutes until the 15-minute opening range, and we get some more information. And I will be watching my gamma exposure stuff too. In just a sec here.
Um,
Still a harsh rejection.
Tyler Smith. Good morning. He
Tyler,
Amazon looks pretty good. It looks like it's holding. We could
take a look.
potentially see more upside to 250. And
Wow, yeah,
then
definitely strong.
I want to take a look at Walmart because I'm swinging some calls. Woohoo! Let me check my account. I think dinner's on me.
Walmart. Wow. What did you nice. Oh wow, nice. What did you see on Walmart that made you bullish here? Nice catch here.
Steve. Well,
Wow.
I had somebody on my server call it out, and he wants me to make him an analyst. So I'm like, let me test out your trades and
Okay.
show me what you got. So I took a look at this, and I think he called it out at this level down here. Like, what was it? One 113, 114. So I mean, I trade my ICT method. So I saw a bullish fair value gap here. I saw a break of this structure, and then I just kind of flipped it and said, okay, if if this is breaking this area, we can continue to see some movement to sweep these previous highs. And if this was MNQ, if it sweeps that high, it's going to sweep this one and this one and that one. So I see it potentially going
Sorry,
to
your screen's not showing.
120.
Where was the this one, that one, and that one? I just want to illustrate on my screen too.
Oh,
Was that like
sorry.
around 120?
I didn't even notice I wasn't showing my screen. The first high is 116. The second high is 117. The third high is 118. And
Okay,
then the equal highs are 119.95,
like that.
which
I
is
like that.
really going there right now.
Yeah, the first thing that's screaming to me is, well, first off, we are through this 200 day. I would expect a back test anytime just because that's a big level to push straight through. So great time to trim in just a little bit in my book, just because we're over that or the intraday range. This is a big move for Walmart. Excellent move there, almost 3% into that 200. I do see the bigger pull up at 120. That's where I'd be definitely hopping out of the trade if not here, just because we have that falling 50 and more importantly that big point of control there and the gap fill. So really nice confluence of levels right around 119 to 120. But beautiful trade there. So I don't know, good start for that
Well,
potential
well,
analyst there.
we have, yeah, right. We have until August on the expiration, and we have a gap to fill on the daily time frame. So I'm
Mhm.
diamond handing this. I want to take it to 1,000%.
Whoa. Okay.
What do
I
I
hope
have
you
to
get there.
lose? I mean,
I would recommend just if things start to go against you, like lock some in because those contracts probably up a lot on the oh, sorry, just looking at SPY trying its best to hold this higher low. Man, this is a wicked, break of the range, but no close there. Test the range to the downside. And I'm glad I haven't taken a trade yet. Man, this is why I'm just waiting to see which side
yeah.
we kind of break out of this because this is impressive on SPY, but they're not making it easy if you're trying to buy the dip so far this morning. Q's still not really participating, not as much as SPY at least. Let's see if they can flip this script, get through that prior wick, and start to rock and roll here.
For SPY, let me take a look at MNQ level. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Honestly, like, it just swept a new low, so it actually just swept the previous sell side liquidity that I had at 28,526. So we could potentially see this little bounce here. I
Let's
still
see.
wouldn't go long.
I'm just checking and starting to check my gamma tools here, but I'll do this off screen while we watch the charts.
Yeah, let me shout him out really quick on my server. He deserves some
Oh, it's a great call.
flowers.
Yeah, so it works out beautifully when you get kind of a risk off scenario and you happen to be positioned in these kind of consumer staples type goods. So excellent read there. Right place, right time. That's all you can ask for here. Another top wick on SPY, still not ready to break this range yet. I still got a hankering for a oversold long, but that's the only trade that I'm really interested in unless we get the waterfall. Unless I see a bigger pull down below and I need to wait for my stuff to populate a little more before I make that claim. Yeah, I see 695 is the largest node for me. That just updated. Seems like that's still the biggest. To the downside, 690 also very big. All right, we have 421,000 in premium on the 690 level here for QQQ. We have 335 at 685. So I think that's indicating that we're close to oversold here. You can look to get long on a break through this top here. We got a nice higher low on SPY. Q's lagging again, but still seeming like SPY's ready to rock and roll here.
Meta,
mm,
INTC, Microsoft, and PLTR are all dropping.
yeah. I mean, everything's going to be hit when you got this broad I mean, we're
This
down
looks
at 1% on
nice.
SPY, which has been holding very steady. This is the biggest red day we've had in quite a while. But even then, I think that we're due for a dead cat bounce. You can see these levels here. We have our bearish targets. These are just Camarilla pivots, kind of extrapolated downwards from the prior close. So we're past all those targets. And like I said on Qs, the biggest levels that we might be dragged back up to as a magnet looking like 690 and really that 695. So 695 would be basically just a reclaim of that opening level for Qs. We really saw a sustained washout there this morning. Continued almost, wow, 1% down on Qs intraday. Crazy short there. Meanwhile, SPY above their level intraday. So we saw that's a wild divergence, and I think that we might just need that mean reversion back at this point. Let me get you some levels, guys, for SPY as well. 752 still pretty lit up for me. Not nearly as lit up as that 740 node. That's the by far in a way the biggest. The second biggest is 741 as well. We do have a good chunk down at 735, but I really don't know if we can get that far down today. So I'm hoping to see that kind of melt off in the next 10 minutes here, 5 to 10 minutes. That would make me feel better about gravitating back up, especially on the Qs. Makes me think that we either get QQQ back up to 690 and likely up to 695, or if Qs fail, make a new low, then it can drag SPY down to its larger node at 735. But that'd be pretty egregious in my book, so I'm not really expecting that. And looking pretty decent for that long setup there, pushing through that high on SPY. We'll see if this one holds. I didn't take it, but I'm just watching and waiting. I do think that's
Yeah, so what I
yeah.
see here is a 5 minute order block. So I can utilize that. Going down on the time frame, I see maybe a 2 minute bullish gap. So I'm starting to draw my indicators, as you call it, or whatnot. So I want to see a retest of that gap in order for me to take a long to keep going higher. And then I would probably just aim for like the previous area of resistance, which was up here. So I want to see a retest. And then this will be the change in state of delivery. And then we can get a break of structure here.
Awesome. Yeah. So this is what I like. Then we'd have the kind of confluence between QQQ and SPY. So SPY, for me, it's good. It's got that higher low. But I think what you're looking for on the Qs, that would be great because that would provide the structure to kind of lift all boats, so to speak. Right now we'd have kind of like a V shape on QQQ, off that bottom so far. And that's going to be harder to sustain than a nice higher low. So good stuff there. Jeffrey asking, SMH, are we going down more? I'm assuming you mean SMH, not SHM. But SMH, I'm thinking maybe that 500 handle is pretty reasonable. That's not that far off at this point. We already hit 537. I'll start pulling up some gamma for SMH as well. See if the pain may be over, at least for the day. I think we are oversold. I don't think the pain is necessarily over altogether there. Ayush got his 7500. Beautiful trade there.
We have that bullish
What is that
engulfing
on?
candle on the 5 minute for QQQ, so we could still utilize that 5 minute order block. It swept the lows that I had here at this level that I drew pre-market. So yeah, I mean we could see it. This is a nice push. This is a very, very nice push.
Not so bad, not so bad. So yeah, we were looking for this oversold. I was a little late to identify it, I suppose, but they're in time to catch it if you wanted to take the trade. For me, the theme of the day for psychologically is to not chase those waterfalls in either direction. It's a nice little quote from Talk there, and I think it's relevant because you know what? Not going to catch all the moves. I'm not feeling it today, Alejandra. Got a little bit of headache from wandering around looking for my glasses. Feeling like Velma from Scooby-Doo. So I'm okay with missing this, but I do think that this is worth always keeping in your playbook. Whenever you have a big move down, probably your first inclination should be looking for a little bit of a move back up and not trying to just assume that we're going to continue once the new volume comes in, because that can be a time where you have this pivotal moment where all the new buyers could say, hey, yes, we did bring it down overnight. Now I'm coming in. We're going to rip it up. If we're still going lower, you can always take that short from lower. But as is, looks like we were over sold and getting that V shape on Qs. Pretty wild. Just like straight
Mhm.
up dump in cash
Yeah,
session for over $1 into
yeah,
straight green candles here.
pretty
So guys, I'm sorry,
pretty
what was
fast
that?
too. Yeah, just like pretty fast. Like it didn't even like give us any time to breathe. We had
Well,
one little retest, but I just there was no setup for me. Like there's no
mhm.
setup.
Well,
This could
especially if you're watching Qs, like what do
yeah,
you do, right? Because the 15-minute range, I just drew that out on QQQ. So that's those two purple boxes.
yeah. It's
That's the
literally about
highest.
to go hit the level that I had marked down. I mean, I guess it did pull back, but it's like I didn't even see it either.
Well, it's this is good structure for me on SPY. This nice kind of wider higher low. We did
Mhm.
technically get a higher low here on Qs, but it's just literally this one candle. So
It's
the
true.
other thing here is the SPY that gave a nice opening range break trade. So at the 15 minutes we were waiting for that to kind of print that range. I was at least. And there's the high, that wick up. So once we got the surge through here, see SPY just straight move. That was a clean trade with a nice setup. This one a little less clear for me, just because the range is way the heck up here. So we could see another setup as well. We could see SPY come to the 50% here, the midpoint, pull back a little bit. Meanwhile, Qs can break their range. Money can start going back into the tech, and we might see another trade setup coming
Um,
back into this, basically a break and a retest of this range. That's the only other thing that I could see potentially here. So right now,
yeah.
Q's running into their opening, or I'm sorry, yeah, their opening level there. I'm gonna draw that out too because it seems like there's a little bit of a reaction so far.
Steve, if you physically like don't feel well, do you trade? Like my
No.
body is so sore today.
Oh, just physically, yeah. Well, for me, like I have like a bit of a tension headache here, so I feel like I'm not going to be doing my best trading.
Yeah, for
For
sure.
me, I this is one thing that I have gotten a lot better at since I started, doing the streaming and stuff full time. I'm really okay with missing moves.
Mhm.
It just doesn't bother me anymore because I know that this is gonna we're gonna keep seeing setups, throughout the week, throughout the month, throughout the year. There's going to be so many opportunities to make money if I'm in the right headspace, and
Yeah.
I just know that like Alejandro, I used to be like kind of have that bootstrap mentality of well, just get in the market, roll your sleeves up, and just scrape out a few points here and there, even on a tough day where there's not any clear
Yeah.
setup. And I realized like, yeah, fine, I can probably be green 60% of the time, and like fight for that, but it's much more
Mhm.
stressful, and I often find myself burning
Yeah,
out
for
trading
sure.
like suboptimal conditions, and then I miss the really juicy move. So
Yeah.
that's the number one thing for me, just kind of like maintaining a good mentality, or at least, preserving that mental capital until I
Mhm.
get to a really clean setup. So should I have taken this? Yeah, probably. Will it crush me? Nah. Um, and I
I
think that this
I'm
is a
okay
good thing to
missing
kind
it.
of, drill. What was that?
I'm
Sorry.
okay missing it. We have a 2 minute bullish fair value gap here that I would like for to see if we can like at least come back and retest it to go higher. And if we do, then we can aim for these previous highs or equal highs up here. And then if it closes above that, then we can see a continuation to the upside to the next level. I would see like 826 or 850, but it's just been like look at that V-shaped recovery. Like holy moly,
Yeah,
hasn't even given us
absolutely.
a retest or
Do
anything.
you think do you think we could switch to your screen real quick? Because I want to show that fair value gap. I'm having a little trouble finding it on my chart.
Yeah, I
Awesome.
don't. Oh, go ahead. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, so right here. So I
Oh,
had this.
I see this.
It tapped into that one, but like I need to see like a real tap, and I mean, I guess we got a real
Um,
tap, right?
I
And
mean,
so you
barely, barely.
see here,
Yeah.
like barely, yeah, like break, retest, and then boom. That happened so fast. Like it happened within literally like 1 minute. You would have to be like, oof. And then another break here at 6:53, and then a retest at 55. So like 2 minutes. I mean, it's just been going super fast. This is
Mhm.
probably not going to stop. If you enter
Well,
down here, I mean, I would say move your risk into break even or into profit, and hold it for this high to get broken, and then if it closes above that, then keep holding it. But yeah, like I don't know, did the shorts cover already? What
Yeah,
happened?
yeah, yeah. Shorts definitely covered the first wave here. They can always step back
Mhm,
in, and
mhm.
I do want to say like this big of a move, it could mark a bottom for sure, and definitely we're gonna look for that. We're gonna see if we can get that V shape, but until we reclaim more than like a 50% move off that low, you got to just be ready for this kind of the first dead cat bounce. It looks like just hallelujah, clouds are parting, everything's okay. Because, I mean, surely if we're moving 1% off the lows this fast, like that's a great sign. Well, it definitely isn't a bad sign. But the thing is that that kind of increased volatility doesn't necessarily have to resolve up. It can come whipping back up and then still, push down very aggressively from there because we are in that negative gamma where moves to both sides are, overshot basically. Like,
Yeah.
mhm.
Somebody on the chat, I'm just gonna call him Taquitos because it says Tacitas, but Taquitos said, "Hey everyone, I just want to point out that we are not only in a correction, but a huge market rotation too. Think about how much AI will do for all these small caps and all the high tech." And I completely agree. That's kind of what I was saying earlier. Like, I think we needed this, right? Like, we needed this drop, we needed this pullback, because this is what's gonna hopefully start giving us a good range momentum to like actually make money, because it's so hard to make money when it's constantly dropping, 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 and then bullish, bullish, bullish. So I want to see ranges and look at it going and nonstop. This is
So
crazy.
crazy here. This is what we can look for, and I think this will be a great lesson to talk about next week, when we kind of see how this fully plays out. Maybe we'll get a chance to just do it over the next course of the next hour here while we're live. But really amazing catch up trade here. Whereas at Qs, they were just so decoupled, and now they're starting to move together and move, I would say, more right. So I mean, Qs dropped almost a full percent from the cash session open, literally dropped 0.97% and completely v-shaped this. So we did mention this early, that potential v-shape, and it is cooking. Very impressive. Yeah, you don't get this very often, folks, so you know it. If you caught this, congratulations. Those
Oh.
premiums looking beautiful. Yeah, just I should have taken this because it's a straight shot move, so
Wow, look at MES. MES looks way better than M and Q. Actually, MES really gave you that change in state of delivery and then the break of
mhm,
structure. It
yeah.
was a very, very beautiful, super fast trade, but damn, like you would have definitely had to have your limits in place. And I forget who it was. I think it was Big Me to Fit Me. He got his 7,500. So that was very nice. Good job. Great job on that. Double bottom. Nice 1 minute bullish for Valley Gap retest, and then you take your longs from there. You aim for the previous high, and wow, it's sweeping all those equal highs at the moment right now.
Explosive
I would
stuff
say
there.
take your profits here.
Yeah, yeah, great time to take profit. Just lock some in and see what we get. So we did get the push up through this range. Now I'd love to see a back test to get, to kind of reconfirm long. I'm gonna get up to speed on the gamma exposure here, but it does look like I'll
Yeah,
bring it
this
on the
is
screen.
very
It does look
nice.
like,
Order
yeah,
block here as well.
I think it's safe to say that the Bulls have tried to make their stand. If we lose that low, then something went very wrong in this recovery attempt. So we are at the 50%, and this is where I want to watch this kind of price action, because it is still possible that we do reject, and it would feel like a betrayal, right? This big of a move to the upside just to go back lower. I don't want to call that, because this is absolutely dominant from this open, right? From the washout. We've had dominant reclaims by the Bulls. The Bears got what they wanted with that full 1.5% move down, even a little more perhaps at the lows. Oh, so it'll be time for the decision to be made here in this dead cat area, this 50% pullback area. And I need to
Big,
start looking at higher time frames as well. But
big move to fit me. Told you to check YM. It's nonstop.
YM, absolutely. So is that going to just be the Dow, the what do you call it? The futures? You can pull those up if you want. YM. Sorry, I'm behind the scenes.
Hamid,
I'm fiddling with something. Is
Hamid, I
Hamid giving you
haven't
trouble again?
seen.
Good.
No, he just said Netflix puts her printing gold.
Congratulations if you caught it. So more than the expected move of what, 7, 8%, I believe it was. Wow, Q's still going. Let's pull that up too. All right, we got the 65 handle. I'm in for a few shares from 70. I'm not ready to average down till way down at 55.50 area. We shall see. We shall see. Chip's definitely trying here, liking the relative strength here for compared to the Qs. So this is another thing I look for, not just SPY to Qs, but also Qs to other tech components. So in the
I
same
am.
way that I'd like to see QQQ lead SPY on these reversals, and just when we're in risk on mode, I'd like to see the strongest component of Qs, just like Qs are the strongest component of SPY in general. I'd like to see that kind of continue or lead the way, and we are seeing SMH even stronger than QQQ. SMH is over its opening price. I guess so is Qs by this point. So nothing too drastic, but still just seeing a little bit of outperformance there. And I will be looking for some gamma levels for us.
What's going on with Apple? Apple's pulling back.
So we're seeing some rotation there. Yeah, definitely interesting action there because it was one of the strongest names. So it'll be interesting to see. Here's another comparison we can do. Mags on the right. This is the Mag 7. And then we can do SMH on the left as a comparison. And this is a basket that, or, this is a trade that's been kind of going back and forth recently. Money's kind of been sloshing around out of the chips trade. And it's like, well, where do I put it? I'm still bullish. Well, throw it in mega caps, and we're seeing that relative strength here. You can see this big candle for mags and this very small modest candle for SMH as that kind of basket shifts back and forth. So good stuff there coming into VWAP on mag 7, so we'll see how that holds up. I believe, smashed through the VWAP on SPY just intraday so far, and using the pre-market session there. See, pre-market it was rejecting. Now big reclaim. Amazing strength there. Wow. Look at that. Not stopping. And for Qs, yeah, no easy by the backtest entry there. Just straight
Damn.
surge.
Why is it just like freaking pumping?
Well, because shorts are trapped, Alejandra, at least for now. Now, what I will say is too much too fast makes me a little concerned coming up into the
Yeah,
50%. So let's see.
for sure.
Let's
Because
see where
either
this plays
shorts,
out.
greedy shorts need to get out, um, or they're gonna have to get out.
I think that's what we're seeing here. This is a short squeeze. Essentially they're just getting trapped, and they're going to try to rip it. Probably back to we have QQQ 700 above 2.
Yeah, I'm in Q 28,850 is next. It's already
28,850.
already
Okay.
the second previous high that I had at 763. It's gonna go to 850, 28,850. There's nothing stopping it.
Yeah, and the 695
Oh my
strong as
god.
well. Good to go. Boom. So I'm going to start marking out these bigger gamma levels. 695 definitely of note, but we just kind of popped straight through it. That's impressive. I need to start going to a higher time frame because these levels, this chart's moving fast, right? So SPX or SPY, we can look for this kind of gap to close into the low at 747.88, into the close potentially next at 750 as well. That is what I believe we're seeing here. Basically, the attempt to kind of do a kicker candle, as they call it. The open low, close high, confirm the low, or confirm the bottom. It'd be really nice to see for bulls getting this kind of higher low, this reclaim of the fallen or rising 50-day. And what I think we should talk about a little bit is how we are kind of shifting in this basket, but we're not necessarily seeing like really doom and gloom price action so much as we're seeing a rotation trade occur in my book. So money can go from one part of the market into another. As the chips kind of cool off, we can see the rest of the kind of baskets pick up the slack. So for me, not too worrisome yet, as long as we see a strong close today. And that's what I'm really going to be looking for here. SPY some more levels for y'all. We have the 21-day sitting at 747, the 9-day at 749. So maybe if we are on our way to 750, we can head bonk into this 21-day for a couple hours or something like that for a push. So watching that. We have, wow, okay, SLS. This was on my watch list. And this has had a big move here and looks like it could definitely keep going. I saw Mike in chat trading this as well, looked like. So small cap meets my watch list. That's always fun. SLS, really interesting company. I don't know enough about them yet, but the chart is screaming strength here. And really sketchy tape overall. So impressive tightness on this flag. And you can watch for maybe a back test of the 20 or of the 9-day here at $13 for a potential long. Let me get it on the 5. Wow. Holy moly. Look at it pick up and go here. Just from the bell. Straight up ripping. Wow.
MU is running.
I saw it went green. Look at that. Beautiful V shape there. Wild stuff. So yeah, basically Micron's going for a false breakdown here.
Yeah.
Good timing. I'm seeing guys in my chat talking about it too. And bada bing, bada boom. So I think this one has a lot of room to kind of rip back up to that 900, 930 angle if it wants to, if it can hold this low. And it seems like pretty good sign so far. I'm going to look up some gamma exposure for Micron as well. But yeah, I'd look for that 900 potentially if we can keep this going. Maybe not today, maybe next week, because we are already at Friday. But hey, I mean, hey, there's room up to 900 for the cam pivot system too. Alejandro, are you familiar with Camaria pivots at all?
No.
Fair enough. They're kind of not like the first indicator most people reach for, but I think they're really useful for just gauging the relative target areas that you can look for on a strong day. And essentially on a kind of whatever day, you know, maybe it's a consolidation day, you'll often see trading between the levels 4 and 3-ish on either side. So that looks like, sorry, finding my pen. Here it is. So we're coming into to resistance 3, and then resistance 4 is going to be this yellow bull shall not pass area. So this whole kind of block becomes the area where on average price will mean revert. And then usually this area on the downside as well is where price kind of swings between. So you could look for trades back and forth. If you have a really strong trend day, then you reach for these targets 5 and 6, either to the upside there or the downside here. And you can see even on a strong trend day, there's going to be a large kind of pull for these levels to kind of hold, just because, well, they kind of reached their target, especially to the upside when you're in positive gamma. You really can't expect more. MNQ still popping, you said?
Yeah, it's not stopping. It just hit that 28.50.
Wow. All right. So you know what? This is a good example of just kind of not letting yourself or letting myself get, you know, upset about missing a big move. Definitely a good trade here, and we can go to SPY just seeing how it did play out. But you know what? I wasn't feeling great. And
I'm okay.
This is like the worst case, right? You don't take the trade and then it doesn't have one single red candle. Even then, you know, I hope this goes to show guys that, you know, there's always going to be another trade. Hopefully you guys played this setup. Hopefully you guys were more prepared this morning than I. But you know what? The worst thing in the world, Alejandro, would be if I woke up, rolled out of bed, was not feeling it, rolled into stream, said something, you know, too quick, saying like maybe trying to say, oh, we failed here and I'm going to short here. And, you know, how bad would it feel to be wrong, losing money and off kilter, you know? So
yeah,
I'm okay with missing this. There will be another trade. And
this could be a fake break. This could be a short squeeze. I mean, guys, like look at the staircase on a 1-minute time frame. It gave you almost no entry.
Shorts definitely getting squeezed here. Yeah, this is rough. So this also makes me worried just a little bit, because when we do start seeing selling, it can be overblown as well until we get back over our zero gammas. So I'm going to be checking in on those levels. And on SPY, I'm seeing 748.8. So we still, yeah, basically up at this green bar, this bull supply zone. Until we flip this, I'm still just a little bit worried about the potential for a bigger washout. Not necessarily to new lows, but we could still get a pretty big pullback for a higher low on a bigger time frame. And that would be devastating if you get long up here. So just want to say that, hey, if you're not in long, not the time to chase. Definitely not the time to chase. We can see if we do get a nice higher low, a nice quick washout that finds buyers at a higher level to show that, what would ICT call it? Market structure shift or a change in the state of delivery, perhaps?
Yeah. Well, it already gave us a change in state of delivery with that pullback, and then the double bottom, the break of the second double bottom.
Okay.
That run pretty much was the break of structure, or
Mm.
sorry, the change of character, right? Because we are no longer bearish. And so now what I would be looking for is a retest, or essentially a like some sort of gap that we can utilize to enter. And the only one that I see here, since we do have a bullish engulfing on the 30-minute, and we did pretty much invert this order block here, I see a 30-minute bullish for Valley Gap that I could possibly come down to tap into, but
Let's
I don't know.
see. On the 30, so when I look for a fair value gap, usually I'd be looking for a 3 bar pattern, and I'm only seeing 2 bars so far since we've opened. Do you mean that just I can draw it out here? This
I
teensy tiny little
utilized
guy?
3 2, but I'm using the red one, the top of the red one, and then
Hmm.
the bottom of the third
Uh,
one forming right now.
so right there, that little guy on QQQ at least.
Yeah, on the 30.
Okay. Yeah, I think I see what
Oh,
you're talking about there. So we are seeing just the slightest bit of pullback, the slightest bit of top wicket, and let's see how we react to our moving averages here. I know you're not a fan, but for me, it's just a good way to kind of check the. It's kind of like checking the thermometer, checking the barometer of a trade. Just how hot is it running? Is it still holding up where it should? And we'll watch this next couple candles here.
so
Also,
on QQQ, you can barely see that 15-minute. You can see it better on M and Q.
okay, okay. Sorry, let me get my camera back right now. I don't see our beautiful faces. There we are. Okay.
But if this candle forming right now on QQQ on the 15-minute closes, then we can utilize those 3 candles.
Wow.
But I do see a nice setup here for a potential reversal and a possible bottom, because we have that double bottom, or like that W, and usually the second leg of the W usually starts giving you a run.
Sorry, I lost my place here. What are we looking at on your screen? I can pull it up.
QQQ.
Okay, well, I'm
Because
not
I was
sure why I'm not seeing. I'm not seeing like the right side of your screen there. Oh, there we go. When you zoom in, I can see it. Zoom in just a
Yeah.
little more.
Let me zoom in, like maximize.
You see on the perfect. There we go. Now I can see. Well, now it's off screen.
Oh, that's
Sorry, if you
weird.
just pull everything. There we go. Now we can see it. Awesome, awesome, awesome.
Okay. So, yeah, you can't see it on QQQ, but you can see it on MES, right? Do you see
Mhm.
that?
Yes, yes, absolutely. Okay.
Yeah. So, it's just interesting to see like the difference between MNQ, MES, SPX, QQQ, SPY. And so
Mhm.
what I was saying is, I don't have the time, uh, the what do you call it? Like, I can't see how many seconds or minutes for this candle to close, but whenever this one closes, then you'll have a 3 bar pattern, and then we can utilize this gap here to see if it'll break and retest into it to go higher. And if it does retest into that, then we can see a continuation to like maybe 712.
That'd be
Um,
nice.
yeah, and so
Mhm.
what I was saying is this double bottom here. This was the change in state of delivery, and then this was the break of structure because it's already breaking above this area of resistance. So this is, to me, this looks good, and confirming that maybe that's it.
Yeah, no, I
That's
love it. I love it. I think we were definitely oversold, so I'm glad at least our read was correct. I know you were mentioning that right out of the gate too, and yeah, it's definitely looking like that was too much, right? Oversold, oversold, and we like to see that for the overall strength of the market. There's going to be a lot to talk about here as the day progresses because I want to see where the money's coming from and where it's going to. Because so far, we opened the day with energy up 1.5%, XLP up 1.5%, both of those fading, especially XLP. Let's see what's driving that. Wow. I'm scared to tell you.
What?
Walmart, it round tripped
Oh,
there.
that's okay. I'm not scared. The theta is like nothing.
Nice, nice, nice. Yeah, so that's just the shift in from basically that the risk off to the risk on trade. So the risk off trade in the morning was getting that big pump up overnight. Now Walmart needs to get the air taken out just because that is part of that kind of defensive trade, right? When the market is a little bit scared, they reach for things that are kind of like lifeboats. When the economy's going downhill, people still need to go to Walmart, right? They still need to go to Costco, those kinds of trades. So you can use this sector as a good little tip of the hat, so to speak, tip of the hand, where you can kind of see what's shaking. Oh wow. What's really shaking I'm seeing is software. They're buying the dip hard in software. My Fastly is cooking. Wow. So Alejandro,
Mm,
this is this is why I didn't want to look at my swing account because I was assuming that I would be getting beat up on my options trades. One of them TE absolutely getting beat up, but this Fastly having a beautiful red to green move
oh,
here, and I'm
I like
sticking
that.
with it.
Mhm.
So, what do you think about the potential of like an add into this position as it breaks this prior swing high? Do you think this counts as like a change in the state of delivery in the same way that on this daily chart that you were just talking about on MNQ, or maybe it was ES breaking through those pre-market highs? So instead of pre-market
Uh,
highs, we got the center here. How do you feel about that? Because I just see this big gap overhead, and on a
yeah.
higher time frame, I'm a fan of the structure. I got this
What?
kind of cup and handle looking like it's building out.
Let
How
me
would you
see.
approach this here? Because I'm getting greedy because it's working. I'm like, do I try to add in?
Let me see.
Sure.
F.
This is FSLY. And real quick for the few viewers out there that care about fundamentals, this is a really fun name because it's kind of like Cloudflare Junior. So Cloudflare, amazing company that basically, they do a lot of the kind of you'll see like when you connect to a website, sometimes you'll see like brought to you by Cloudflare. Like they got their finger in all these pots. Essentially, Fastly's kind of like a mini Cloudflare in a lot of ways. Maybe a little less broad based in their target addressable market, a little more focused on the higher end customer there, but still really nice, a really nice area to be in. So
Dude, if
we're
it
seeing.
closes above 22.11 and it holds
Mhm.
above 22.50, you can hold for a gap fill.
Yeah, I like it. All right. Tell me what I want to hear there. Tell me we're getting the full gap fill there because that would make me very happy sitting in these
Yeah, but you're
25
taking me to
calls.
dinner if it does.
Yeah, okay, that's fair. I'll be happy with that. Let's see. We can go to up
Yeah, right
that'll
now
be
it's
up
about to increase to
35%. All right, yeah, you can pick where we go if we get this gap fill because I'll be a happy dude. Um,
Brazilian steakhouse.
all right, Fastly, you heard her. Let's go. No
All
time to
right,
wait.
MNQ is finally reaching that area of resistance, so I would look for a confirmation pullback to enter long, but I'm still not going to touch it. To be honest,
Yeah,
not that I'm like punishing myself, but
we'll do
like
that.
I didn't trade well the past couple of days and since Wednesday, I think.
Yeah,
So I am going to just not put my mind and my head into more stress.
yeah,
I mean, trading itself, is already really stressful. So when you've had a really stressful week, so, and especially when it's Friday, like you want to just like ease into the weekend. So
yeah.
I don't want to add on to that stress. Even if I'm right, it doesn't matter. I just rather watch the chart and I just rather wait for the market to find some sort of good foundation and good structure for me to take up a better position on Monday and have better judgment on the market on Monday.
Yeah, absolutely. I love that because, we can always gain something from looking at intraday price action. I never think it's a bad idea to just not look at the market or, to just. I never think it's a good idea to not pay attention at all. That being said, you don't have to trade to get something out of it. So, like you said, we can kind of just prime ourselves to be really prepared to hit the ground running on Monday. The worst feeling is when you make a bad decision on Friday and maybe you even hold it through the weekend and you get robbed not only of your good week that you had, Maybe you give back half of your gains. Oh, God forbid you go red on the week just on that Friday. But the worst thing ever is just sitting in that trade on the weekend going, why did I do this to myself? I could be enjoying myself. I could be getting fresh and ready for the next week. But now I'm just kind of stuck, and that's no good. So that is totally, that's where my head's at too. And I think it's a great thing to talk about on Fridays. You don't have to push it. If we've had a good week, well, then good time to chill. If you haven't had a good week, good time to, like, there's no need to jump in and then take another break for the weekend, right? Just take the break, do the work you need to get back on track. And for me, like, what can I do here? It's a V shape. You can't chase this, and that's totally fine. There will be more trades. And Steve Canyon in the house. You like more of the fundamentals? Hopefully, I put the fun in fundamentals. I do think it's important, but it's just kind of boring for some people. So I'll figure out a way to kind of thread the needle, make it a little more exciting. In general, I think it's nice to know what we're trading, though, especially if we're all over the place. That's one thing where I can maybe help you guys out, just because I've spent too much time looking at too many tickers, looking at the shiny new thing as the sectors keep on rotating year after year after year. So if you've got a ticker, I've probably got an opinion, for better or worse.
Hamid, be nice to me. Why are you always
Be
so
nice.
mean to me?
We got to be nice when we're having a tough week, not only to each other but to ourselves, right? So
Yeah,
Hamid's
seriously.
the devil on your shoulder.
Oh,
He's
you
giving you all the
missed it.
bad. What's
I
that?
know. I don't like him anymore. Whatever.
Oh no, it's over, Hamid.
It's over, Hamid.
You remember those memes like friendship ended with Hamid. Alejandro is my new best friend. You ever see those? Oh,
No.
those are good. So that's what I'm thinking of.
Um, you missed it earlier this morning. Oh, Walmart CEO stepped down. See, that's why. Okay.
Hmm.
That's probably why it's pulling back.
Yeah, I think
But look at
so. Well, I don't know
the
actually.
GQ is not giving us an opportunity to get in. What the heck? Shorts are
I
cooked. They
I
have to
don't
get on.
I don't even want this anymore. Like, it's too much. Give me the back test of something, cool off a little bit, but we also got to keep things in perspective, because looking at 1 minute charts, you can say, how can it keep going? Well, what I wanted to talk about real quick is these oscillators up at the top here. They can give us a little bit more perspective than just the 1 minute. So if I go full screen here on cues, if you look at the 1 minute, you might be going, but it's so overbought. How is it still going? Well, yeah, it's probably due for a red candle or two. And we might actually see that pretty soon. I know it looks very strong, but we could be seeing 1, 2, 3 pushes up in a failure. We could very well, just dip a little bit and then keep on going. But on these other oscillators, you're seeing a different story than just overbought, overbought, overbought. On this 5 minute, you can see we were so oversold that we're only at the equilibrium of this bigger range. You can see where that kind of histogram, these mountains kind of flip from, that 0 point. We're just getting to that point. So we could see a start of a turn here, but we could also just see a little bit of a sideways action and then continuation on this 5 minute chart. There's still room, so to speak, where you can't see that on the 1 minute. Same with that 15. You see it just perking up and starting to cook that way. So it does make me think that we are, at least on this 15-minute time frame, still have a lot of room. And this is where I just kind of go out, zoom out until I can kind of paint the full picture. So the 30-minute just flipping bullish here. If we can continue this momentum through this 30-minute flip in 4 minutes here, then this will also be looking good for continued expansion up. And basically on these 30 minutes and really these hourly oscillators, when we're starting to get a decision made, this is where I'm looking to, for example, if we get the this is also crossing bullish and holding up here. So in this 30-minute flip, this is just another good example of, okay, we're building more evidence for a dip buy mentalities. Even if we didn't catch it on the 1 minute chart, we did talk about the break on SPY in particular. This was a setup that we mentioned, but like I said, didn't take it. I can still be getting ready for maybe my setup on an hourly and looking for that higher low on that time frame to kind of come in and give me a place to get involved, because there's gonna be pullbacks eventually, right? And if we just pick our spot and choose the right time to lever up, then we'll be all good. Don't have to feel like we missed anything. And and let me check in with some with some comments here. I am a little bit all over the place. Alejandro, usually I have my coffee. I have like 10 minutes to meditate in the morning. I'm like
Oh,
just in the
okay.
zone. Very much not in the zone today. So yeah, I'm hanging out. I'm hanging out more than trading today. And just also, Do you ever just get bad vibes? Just like for whatever reason, you're just not feeling it. I was-
Yes, all the
Yeah, I was
time.
getting a lot of that. I had like weird dreams. I couldn't
Last
sleep.
night. Oh, really? You had a bad dream? Well, last night
Yeah.
I took a stupid trade. I don't know what the hell I was thinking. After I got out, I analyzed it, and I'm like, "What was that?" And it was because my psychology has been effed because of the
Oh no.
previous trades that I've taken. So, Hamid is right. I did get cooked this week.
Oh no.
I had a red week. I'm not gonna lie.
That's okay. It
But
happens.
anyway, so I when I took the loss, I didn't feel anything, and I'm like, "Oh my gosh, am I like
Oh.
a human?" I like I was like, "Oh shit,
Mm.
like this is not good. Like I should feel something." And then I was analyzing and I'm like, "Oh my gosh, this is why I don't feel anything because it was just a stupid trade and I have to accept the loss and the loss is what it is, right?" So then I was like, okay, you know what? I'm done. Like I'm not gonna trade. I'm not gonna put myself through that emotional stress.
Yeah.
So um I forgot what happened last night. Oh yeah, I was telling everybody this morning before you came in that I was talking to ChatGPT about my psychology and about how I've been trading, and I started crying when I was talking about my trade to
Oh.
ChatGPT,
Oh
and then
no.
um, because it's been a really emotional week. I am working on, well, some really, I'll tell you on the side, but I'm working
Yeah.
on two really important things, life things that
Hmm.
I finally feel like I can celebrate on one of them and then almost on another one. And so I realized that I can't combine the stock market with when I'm going through like real life scenarios or real life situations.
No,
So
absolutely. That's really, really good of you to recognize, before you get into trouble, right? You're, maybe you had a
yeah.
bad trade, but you're taking accountability, taking inventory, and that's awesome. I just wanna give you your flowers because Alejandro, you've been really doing so much. It's so overwhelming when you start streaming, and it's like all of a sudden you have to broadcast all this stuff. So I just want to shout
Yeah.
you out. You've been doing an amazing job, and just keep sticking with it here, and
Yeah.
we'll be in the zone. We'll be in the zone soon.
Thank you.
Trading in
Yeah,
the
no, we'll
zone.
do this one for sure. But anyway, so then ChatGPT is like, it sounds like you're taking a moment to reflect.
Oh no, I sound like ChatGPT.
And you should be proud of yourself. And I was just like, okay, I guess you're
Okay,
right.
what do I do with
And
this?
yeah, and so then I'm like, oh, that's the whole thing. So then this morning I was actually pretty tired. My body hurts like
Oh,
I literally straight got ran over by a bus. And it's just because like I felt really good in the gym this week and I went harder than usual, but I didn't feel like I was going harder. I just went heavier because I just felt stronger.
mm, yeah.
And so now I wake up and I'm like, oh shit, like now my neck hurts, like my back is sore, my butt is sore, my legs are sore, my feet are sore. And so whenever, that's why I asked you earlier, I was like, do you trade when you're physically like, feel good or not? But anyway, so there was just so many things piling up to the point where like, guys, even though this was a great move, I mean, to me personally, like I didn't really have like an actual entry. Like my setup
Mm.
wasn't really there, especially because I'm
Oh,
sure
okay.
biased. I don't take longs, but I didn't feel comfortable taking this long. And it's like I'm okay missing out. Like this is just like a nice little push on a 15-minute time frame. Like it's not, for me it's not like a real like reversal, but this is definitely like an area where we could potentially start to see momentum to the upside now. But I want to let it just marinate and let it do its thing for me to actually make like a really good decision.
Yeah, let
And
it simmer a little. I like that because we're starting to see. Remember, we were talking maybe 5 minutes ago about these three top wicks, just the potential for a little roll. I still don't know if we're getting it, but for me, this is where I was kind of watching these oscillators again. 15 minute, yeah, still looks good, nice expansion there. But that five that we were talking about at the kind of midpoint, now it's starting to look curly to me, and I think that for a long to take place, we need to wait for this to reset and come down and form a higher low somewhere, and we'll look for the cross around, somewhere maybe a half an hour or so, or even a little bit later in the day. So I'm not even entertaining this short, even though it is starting to work already. But for me, the 15-minute, the 30-minute, the hourly, they're still showing an incentive to want to go higher. Could those break? Yes. But then that would be a new setup, a new waterfall type setup if we like failed the low after pushing up this much. I'd much rather wait for this kind of 5-minute and this 1-minute oscillator to kind of do its thing, work itself out. So we ran overbought, overbought, overbought. Okay, now we've definitely cracked. And now we want to see this get back to oversold. And then hopefully we have a bullish divergence where the price does not go down to this prior low. That see what I'm talking about? The oscillator up here wants to reset while the price maybe goes back down half of the way. And then we can look for that crossover on the oscillator somewhere down here.
Okay. So do you remember that 15-minute gap that I was telling you about earlier on MNQ? It actually formed, so we could use that three
Mm.
candle pattern formation for a potential hold on that. So
Yeah,
right
it's
now,
trying already.
so 15-minute. Okay, there we go. So let's see how it reacts to that. I'm still not going to trade. I'm not going to take it, but
Mhm.
it'll just be interesting to see. And then let me take a look at MES. MES is still holding that 30-minute bullish. Let me go.
We gotta address we have some concern in the chat. Everybody's like, please, Alejandro, don't listen to that robot. Don't listen to
Uh,
that clanker. It's not to be
nah,
trusted.
I
Uh,
just use it to release my BS. I don't.
that's
Yeah.
fair. Yeah, yeah. No, there's a lot of good uses for AI, and I think the biggest thing is just net. Some people, I know it's not you. Some people, it's worth saying,
Oh my
they use
God,
it as a substitute.
Hamid is like relaying on ChatGPT is like relaying on your alcoholic ex-boyfriend paying child support on time. Oh my God. Oh, relying. Sorry. Did I? How you spell it?
You said it right. He spelled it wrong. You give it to him. You tell him. You tell him.
Yeah, Hamid. Spell right. I'm
Be
kidding.
better. Just kidding. So the 15-minute, you are seeing a little bit of response so far. Interesting to note that Q is bouncing a little bit higher than SPY. Nothing too crazy here. I do think that, basically we're still in the process of kind of working out where the dip buy is going to be. I can't expect it to catch here. It's kind of in no man's land, even though it's a strong bounce. So again, still building this case of like, okay, bullish overall, looking for a dip to buy. Maybe that was all they gave. That would be a pretty, that's not enough for me. I would maybe be looking for maybe this VWAP seems nice. It's a little low on SPY, but especially on Qs, didn't seem unreasonable to get a VWAP back test of that open, perhaps. Incredibly strong 2-minute candle here, though, and you gotta respect these oversold conditions where we can just keep on ripping. So I'm gonna draw out some 0 gamma levels for us here, and we're gonna look at SPX on the left, actually. Do this live for you guys. Get that up there, and we'll get the gamma exposure tool here. So just for today's gamma, copy these levels, put them into SPX. And this will help us visualize where that flip point is, where the character will change on a higher time, or just on a more drastic level here. So bear with me. There we go. All right, so here's our gamma exposure profile. And you can just see the real big dominance of the strike overhead still. So that's 75.15, it looks like. 75.15, 75.20. Intraday, there's still a lot of gamma up here that hasn't rolled off yet. So worth noting that this might be where they want to take us to, and we might really have a hard time pushing through there. So that is where I'd be looking on SPX here. What we're also going to look for is go out to the next week. And then we're going to kind of take all of that into account too. Let's actually start with, I like doing kind of Monday, Tuesday sometimes, just to kind of give a little bit of a perspective of like where we might be in the next day or two of cash session, where the market is positioning into next week. So we will do.
Hamid, don't text and drive, homeboy.
Stop it. we're public figures. We can't be like, oh, that's cool. Take care of yourself, man. Just like there's always another trade. You can give Alejandro a hard time. when you're
What's
safe
going
at
on with my
home.
Wi-Fi? I'm
Let's
having I'm
see.
having Wi-Fi issues. I'm going to Verizon today. I'm over
Yeah,
this.
you're done. You're calling it.
Yeah. Like imagine if I was in a trade right now, like that would suck.
Let's see. Let's see. There's more I want to talk about here. We got 20 minutes left. Um,
I'm gonna change Wi-Fi.
I'm trying to do the math. Can I survive the next 20 minutes on one sip of water? I don't think I can. I think I need to refuel here, guys. So, Alejandro, give me 1 sec. I will be right back. I know your internet's not great, but we'll leave you guys with SPX on the left, Q's on the right. I'll be back in just 1 second. Watch these top wicks, guys. Just a little bit concerning. We got the big surge up. If we can't break higher and just get that immediate continuation, I'm still watching this 5 minute oscillator. Kind of looking curly QE, kind of looking rolly, and we could see that pull back down into maybe VWAP for a potential long in the midday. I will be back in 30 seconds, Alejandro. Whoa, break everything on my desk.
I'm
Be right back.
back. Wait, can you survive the next 20 minutes on what? I'm here.
You weren't listening to me at all, were you? I'm getting
No,
water. I'll be right
I left
back.
my Wi-Fi. I was reconnecting to a different Wi-Fi, but what'd you say?
Sorry. Yeah, you were having internet trouble there. Just getting more water. I will be right back. Watch these highs on QQQs as well as SPY. If they break, all well and good. We can keep rocking and rolling. Maybe I'm a little bit too fast to be a little bit bearish. And again, I'm just looking for a dip to buy. And I think I'm just wrong. Look at Q's smoking up here very strong. But watch this
No,
candle
like
close through the
it,
wicks.
it tapped into that 15-minute bullish fair value gap perfectly, and it's just pushing from there. I just don't trust it. I don't know. I mean, I could if you guys got in on that retest, you could see a 2940 next area of profit targets. So let me take. Oh, share my screen. Sorry. Ah, ee. Okay, there. I'm sharing. Can you put it up? Gracias, Ayush. Okay, so I was so typically the way that I trade is I look for my ICT concept. So I found this 15-minute bullish fair value gap, and I said, okay, if we tap into it, then maybe we could see a potential test to go long at that level. And look at how it perfectly tapped into that. Okay, now since we're breaking above this, like this, even now could be another little retest here, and we could possibly see. I mean, I'm not going to trade like we've been saying, I'm watching, to be honest. I'm just not, I don't have the patience to sit here and manage. But we could potentially see a continuation to 29,000. That's what I see here. And we have this order block here that we could probably stop there. To me, like I'm okay. I'm okay sitting out. I'm okay missing out. I don't know how I feel about this run. I don't know if this is the end. I don't know if these are the lows. I don't know if this is it.
This is the
Um,
end. That sounds
yeah.
grim. What did I miss?
Nothing. I was just saying that I tapped into that 15-minute perfectly,
Mhm.
and that there's possibly another potential to enter there for a continuation to 29.
It
But
could be. It could be. I mean, yeah. Let
it
me
could also
see.
get stuffy here. It could come back. It could literally you know, drop
Yeah.
here, risk above these highs, and then we can see a reversal back down. I don't know.
I don't know
Um,
either. For me, when I don't know, it's a good time
mhm,
to chill.
yeah.
I'm looking for.
Just chill with us, guys. I mean, if you guys are already banking, if you already banked this week, like protect your capital. There's opportunity everywhere all the time. The market's always going to give you something. Um, what like I we have 20 minutes left on the stream. I want to know what is the hardest thing about trading for you guys, that um, you feel that you need to work on in order to have like either a breakthrough or um, I don't know what's up with your guys' psychology, or is everybody here like Hamid, who is just
They're
perfect,
perfect.
who always
They're all
knows
perfect,
every
Alejandro.
trade, and
Well,
he's just living his best life.
I mean, we all want to be Hamid. We want our inner Hamid to thrive. I'll answer your question first. The hardest thing for me, I think, is when I see most of the move being made, and I still see that we haven't gotten to my target. I'm always inclined to take the easy money from that midpoint of the trade that I already missed and expect that last little bit, that last little cherry on top. And I find myself more often than not getting caught either chopped up because I enter, say for example, I was expecting SPX to, let me see if I can steal your screen real quick.
Yeah, go for it.
Actually, by the way, guys, this is a little bit of a setup you can look for. If you want to take a quick scalp to the VWAP here, you could look for a break of structure. This prior swing low will bring out Qs as well. They got a little more room. But SPX, you could look for the break of structure here. Delonte West may have sniped it here saying, I'm thinking of going short because the market hasn't had one pullback, and he's right. So what I'd love to see is this to kind of play out down to the VWAP, and then we could get a potential long up to the 750. But right now, it's a good example of how maybe if I entered long 5 minutes ago or so because I was expecting this pull up to this major level, I'm thinking, hey, we haven't filled the gap to the close. I see all this gamma still sitting here. It's not really rolling off. We're still under zero gamma. So there's it's not crazy to say, hey, we could get another big surge. Because just like we got this big surge here, big moves happen under zero gamma. But if I enter here, it might end up going here, but it just might need to pull back a little first. I would have to get stopped out or risk potentially a big loss if I'm just dead wrong and we go downhill fast under the new lows. So for me, it's about going, hey, yes, I do think we're going up here, but I know psychologically because I missed this, I'm more likely to just jump in. Or for example, maybe I missed this trade on SPY and then I'm going through my watch list going, well, what can I do to make this back for me? What can I do to make it up for me? So see, I got a chip on my shoulder. I'm like expecting the market to pay me because I missed one move, so I go find another. And then much more likely the market spanks me because I'm chasing, I'm late, I'm trying to buy a laggard, when in reality I'm buying something that isn't working long while the market is working long. Then the market can take a 5-minute breather, my weak laggard can die, and then I'm losing on a day where I should be up, or at the very least should be not in a trade. So that's, I think, the worst thing you can do when, kind of making your problems worse. Like, yeah, you know what? I didn't get breakfast. I didn't meditate this morning. I was looking for my glasses. It was just a cavalcade of errors. And you know what?
I meditated
It's
for
not
the
great.
both of us, and I did a prayer for both of us.
Well, I think I could have used it. Are you sure you weren't? I hope it was a prayer because it felt like I was cursed this morning. I was like, literally, how do you lose something that lives on your face?
Dude, that's the worst. Like, I only have one pair. Like, I have to go make an appointment to go get new glasses because, like, I'm so
Same.
scared that I'm gonna lose these, and I'm out of contact. So, and like, there's no. I mean, I can drive, but it's like having fog on your eyes
I'd
as you're
rather
driving.
have Hamid drive me around
To
with his
not
eyes
text
glued to his phone.
me.
I don't know about that. We are getting the crack on SPY here. Definitely weaker than Q's still, but Q's starting to catch up here. So we saw when SPY was kind of setting up, breaking its range on the bottom, there was a lot of room on the Q's trade. You could look to play that laggard, but just remember it can be a little bit tough because maybe SPY airs out more while Q's kind of hold sideways, and then you're still waiting for your trade to play out. Meanwhile, the trade's kind of played out on the indicator or index that's leading the way. What is up, Aaron Phoenix? New to trade the pool. I think you need to work on something that is similar. Okay, so Aaron here saying he's getting greedy, moving your take profit further and missing the bigger profit. This is an amazing, amazing insight here because it's tough to acknowledge when you're doing it because what you think you're doing is going, well, I'm just changing with the new information, right? Well, now it looks better, so I'm going to move my take profit. Aaron, well, first off, welcome on in. Thank you so much for joining us. This is Psychology Hour, and we're seeing that Alejandra, she's in the zone. Me, not so much today, but it gives you the full picture. We're always going to give you the full disclosure because these are things that keep popping back. Even I've been trading for 8 years, and I still every once in a while will encounter these. And I think the biggest thing is it's kind of like meditating, where it's not about being perfect at it. It's about decreasing the gap between having this issue kind of pop up and you addressing it, or like realizing that it's a problem. So
Yeah.
maybe earlier on in your trading career, you won't even realize what you're doing wrong. Then after a
Mhm.
couple of years, you'll realize it, but you still kind of do it. You're like, this is probably wrong, but I'm gonna do it, and then you get punished, and then eventually it'll be as much smaller gap. We'll be like, oh, I'm thinking about taking this trade when it's not an optimal setup, and you can kind of like snuff that out before it even becomes a problem there.
Yeah,
So
I do want to tap into something a little bit. So I see two things here with Aaron. He's saying I'm getting greedy, moving my take profit further, but then he's also missing the bigger profit. So I think that there's some sort of FOMO happening. Like, I think you're moving the take profit because you are getting FOMO that you've been missing on bigger profits. And that happens to me. I'm sure that's happened to everybody.
oh, yeah.
And so, what I would recommend is to make sure that you journal this and to analyze, okay, what is actually going on? Because if you have a plan and your entry is here and your exit is there, you should not be moving your stop loss and your take profit. Like, you
Yeah.
should respect that and stick to that. And if it does keep going, there is always going to be opportunity all the time. It's not that you're missing out, it's that like, let's say it hits your profit target and then you do miss out, you should be proud that you stuck to your
Yeah.
plan and that
Hmm.
you respected your levels. Now in the future, you go back and you analyze, okay, why did it keep going? Why did it, why did I not see that potential extra move? Well, maybe in the future, if you can analyze and study that specific pattern or that specific trade that happened, then maybe in the future what you can do is you can take most of your profits and then just leave a runner. That way you don't feel like you're missing out. But you should, I mean, like, it's so common to feel like you're missing out on
Hmm.
something, which, but it's like we never miss out, right? Like, we should have the mindset of we are abundant and we have everything that
Yes.
we need, and there's opportunity everywhere, so that you don't feel that missing out, feel, because then
Yeah.
that's going to be programmed in your body as a FOMO in the future. And
Right.
maybe,
Right. Oh well. Oh, did I lose
yeah,
you there?
no,
Oh,
I'm
you were
here.
freezing. Okay.
Oh,
Let's
hell no.
you were saying so much good stuff there. I just want to agree. So, Ayush, yes, absolutely. I'll get right to that. Sorry, talking to my producer there. One thing I wanted to mention, Alejandro, you're dead on, because what really kind of solidified it for me is there's always going to be amazing, amazing opportunities that we miss every single day. Just while I've been talking here, somebody doubled their money on a zero DTE option of some type or something. It's Friday here. You could buy leverage, and you could have an amazing 10x. Yada yada yada. There's a lot of those, but we'll never be able to catch them all. And more importantly, we can never expect that, because yeah, there's going to be a lot of 10 baggers happening. Yet net, at the end of the day, way more people are going to be losing a ton of money on options. So it's never about like, oh no, this is the one opportunity I had to make money. This was my shot. I used to feel like that. Like I was, there's so many times where I was in, like, I remember a couple times I was trying to catch the bottom on the Chinese stocks. So I was, playing Baba weekly calls, and I just kept donating $100 here, $100 here to the market. And then I remember one time I didn't actually take the trade, and that was the bottom. Those contracts 10x, and it crushed me. It crushed me. You know what I did, Alejandro? I got on on market. I got on the, what am I even talking about? I got on in front of my screens the next day, and I essentially gave back like 2 weeks of progress, just because
Yeah.
I was crushed that I missed my shot. Then I had to
Mhm.
think, like, that's not very abundant, is it? That's not very cash money of you, Steve. There's always going to be more trades, and if I think that I can do this, then why would I even care? It's just move on to the next. I know it feels bad in the moment, but you're always going to miss something or other in life. It's more about focusing on what you can achieve, what you can get, and that's where we really start, putting our mind to work where it's going to serve us. And it's never going to serve us being down in the dumps and being like, oh, I should have done this, I could have done this. I love how you frame it, though. You take the profit when, where you tell yourself, hey, this is the rule. This is where I'm clear headed right now. I'm entering the trade. This is my target. if that's a bad target, well, that's where analysis comes into play later. You were talking about, hey, go back, go analyze what could have gone wrong when you have a clear head when you're out of the trade. Probably when you've cooled off a little, if you're annoyed that, you took 10 bucks and it went to 100 or something like that. But in general, I just think it's such a good practice to get into, not just in trading, but just in life. It's just like, focus on what'll serve you, not what's working against you. If you miss something, if something's bad in your life, don't give it more energy. It's kind of like worrying. It's like praying for something you don't want to happen. So always more opportunities. Like right now, I'm just kind of waiting for the market to get to my spot. If it doesn't, totally fine with me to just hang out, enjoy the vibes. Like Tacitus is saying here, he loves the vibes, and thank you so much, dude. The vibes, it's mostly you guys. Like we're just
Yeah.
we're just catching the wave. We're hanging out with you, and this is awesome having great coworkers. But I consider you guys my coworkers in chat too. Because
You
we're all
guys make
coming to
me
the office every day.
I mean, we are doing this for you guys, so essentially, thank you guys for showing up.
Absolutely, that's
Thank you
it's
for
the best
coming to
feeling.
work.
It really is the best feeling though, makes us feel like even on the days where, what have I done today, outside of miss a setup and yap for an hour here? Well, at the end of the day, it feels like, it's building towards something. It's all part of this bigger plan that we all have. We're all growing together and it feels good. Speaking of feeling good, it makes me feel good when
Los
we got names
pollos,
coming back.
hermano.
Yeah, he's my hermano from the Netflix trade yesterday. Thank you so much for joining us
Oh,
again.
okay.
I'm a little sleepier today. I was all caffeinated then, but we're rocking and rolling here. Netflix still under 69. Let's talk about it a little bit. Let's talk about Netflix while we pull back just a little bit in the market because we're seeing relative strength, and I love this. I think Netflix is going to reward us for are suffering. If you took the long with me at 70, still a little bit underwater, but coming back nicely. I ain't worried. Should I have added this morning? Quite possibly, because it is acting very strong. And this is what you kind of want to see. I think that we may have hit an inflection point. But fair move or fair, full disclosure, like the earnings, little bit sus. What I will say is, on second look, I looked at it again after the stream, went over the numbers. The one thing that I really didn't like was just the language that they were using and the fact that kind of you never want to lower guidance, even if it's just a tiny bit. It's just bad vibes for the market. I didn't feel like they instilled much confidence in the market with their earnings call, especially just kind of skipping straight to the Q&A there. That being said, at the end of the day, I don't think they're catastrophic numbers, and I was hoping for the 50s, 60s at that point. I don't know if we're going to get it. I think this may end up being be a bottom just because of this high volume, this nice push from the open. Feels like this could be a good time to start taking positions for the longer term position trade. Do you have a Netflix subscription? I'm doing my Peter Lynch due diligence, checking in real life. I know a
I
lot of my
do.
friends have either
I barely watch
canceled or
them.
moved to pirating again. My friends are cheap, I guess. What about you?
Yeah, no.
Still Netflixing?
Honestly, I wish I had time to Netflix and chill.
Right.
I have too much to do.
I'm neither Netflixing nor chilling, Alejandro. I feel you there. It's busy
Yeah,
days, busy days. Hey, Hunter,
I'm
thank you
actually
so much for joining, by the way. Great
uh,
to see you joining the
some
community, both
somebody
on the Discord side. Sorry,
somebody
Alejandro.
on somebody on my DMs just said, "Oh, you missed the entry. It was on the weekly." And it's like, what were your confluences? And I'm glad that you caught it. It's like I did not miss anything. I wasn't like this is the thing, right? Like this isn't a competition, guys. Like if I miss something, no big deal. Like there's going to be a better, bigger move. Literally, like for me there was literally no entry on MNQ. On MES, yes, but I don't really trade MES. So I I can't go back and be like, "Oh no, like I missed it." Cuz I mean, I'm not going to lie, MES did have a pretty good opportunity for an entry on the 1 minute time frame.
Yeah,
But
it did. Yeah.
yeah, but it's just like we talked about earlier, right? When I'm not there mentally, when I'm by myself on stream,
Okay. All right. That is fair. You have
when
a
my
hard enough job
body
already,
when my
and
body
that's what
is
you're throwing.
hurting, I'm
Okay.
sure. I mean, there's just so many things, right? Like I can't. It's you guys have no idea how hard it is to trade a real account while you're on live stream. Like, especially when this is like what my first month doing it, and I've been doing it for 3 months on TikTok with like random people that I have no idea who they are. But it's a little different when you're on YouTube. For some reason I feel like you guys are a little bit more older, more mature, you're more experienced. So I definitely feel a different vibe on YouTube versus TikTok. I don't know if you've ever streamed on TikTok, but
No,
definitely.
I'm older and more mature, so I don't go on TikTok. Sorry. No,
So
no, it is different for sure. Yeah, I do not have a TikTok presence. I am just started this week recording videos for TikTok. So
yeah, I'm gonna
I'm out there
start too.
shaking my ass for those views. No, I'm kidding. It's all the same content, but
I was about to spill
what, you
my
wouldn't click in? You wouldn't click in? Interesting. Noted.
I bet you
Noted.
if I start shaking my booty on TikTok, I'd get more views for sure.
Well, you wouldn't see the joke, Alejandro, is that it's not as good for the views if I do it, I think. Uh,
Yeah.
so yeah, different crowd for sure. Yeah, what's Derek saying? It's more intimate on YouTube. I can see that absolutely. I do think that we have a better kind of community here. I mean, maybe I'm biased, but I think we have one of the best communities in the stock trading world.
Oh,
And this is from someone who, like, I built my community from, not super proud of this, but from raiding other communities. I was in so many discords and I was like, there's really good traders in all these, but they're so scattered. It's like so stratified. I'm lazy. I want them all in one place. Made them all come hang out with me. I feel like this community actually gives mine a run for the money, just in terms of just the quality. It feels like we've cultivated this, handpicked this team at this point. And I love that. I want to see you all keep growing with us, because that's the best part. I'm learning here with y'all live every day. Los Pollos Hermanos. Netflix getting closer to 69. Very nice. So,
very
what are you
nice.
thinking here, Mr. Hermanos? Where is your target? Sorry, Senor Hermanos. Where is the target for you? I'm looking for this flip of the 200 week to really size into this bad boy. I'm so fine with going down with the ship down to 50. I would be excited. So I'm like a little bit torn here, because it was like, okay, are we really doing this? Are we really accelerating downwards? Fine, give me a mega cap at a great bargain. I did it with Microsoft and it cooked my patience a little bit. Okay, we're back under 400. It still is going to cook my patience a little bit. But I do believe that this will be an easy trade once they play out, because, hey, mega caps, they're not going anywhere. If we kind of get the signal to add in, then I'm really looking forward to doing that on Microsoft as well. And hey, if we throw Netflix in that basket, I'm in. This one, it might take a little bit longer. Microsoft's been sweating me for a while. But in general, I think these are good places to be. Good places
Yeah.
to be.
So, and now from here on MES, I wonder how much lower we're gonna come down, or if we're gonna stay in this 30-minute bullish for Valley Gap. I want to know,
Mm.
like, if that uh, I don't know,
Oh.
break of structure is real. I want to know if we're gonna come down lower. I don't know, but I'm going back to bed. And just just to make sure this is not Steve's show, it's our show.
Ain't that the truth? Yeah, well, today it was Alejandra's show. She's the one who opened it here. She's the one who was ready to go, ready to rock. She meditated for both of us. So you're bringing not just the timeliness, but also the theme, which is, hey, patience, chilling, psychologically being a rock, right? Not just for your own trading, but hey, for the whole community here. So you probably helped some people out there not chase, not get in trouble. And that's what it's all about. Smoke Tuna in the house saying SSG is trading at 14. That's his semiconductor short. So let's wrap up the hour here by just giving some flowers here. SSG, this thing's trading so darn thin. I can barely see it. But if we go to a daily candle, we'll see it. Nice break of the range there. Beautiful, beautiful start of a trade in my book. Looks like we are starting to get the crack in the semiconductors. We'll see how much it sticks. But man, we got a lot to talk about going into the day, guys. So if you're sad that we didn't get to your ticker, don't worry. We are going to be doing a lot more content today. Alejandra, I'm going to be back in 2 hours for the weekly recap. We're going to go around the horn, me and Josh Smith for sure, checking out what we might have missed in the markets, any moves from the morning, checking out that rotation trade as it plays out, because we're getting some interesting action there. So I'm already seeing things that I'm really excited to talk about there, but I don't want to yap your ear off right now, guys. So we'll be back soon, but don't turn that dial. In 2 hours, we got around the horn. Then we've got my webinar coming up after that. I forget the exact time. We'll get that for you, let you know on the Around the Horn. But essentially, we've got more good stuff right around the corner. That webinar is going to be on how to pass a challenge account, because there
Ooh.
are a few. Yeah, you interested? You should come on in. You can either watch
Yeah,
or if you
I'll be
want.
on at 10, and
Yeah,
then power hour.
great. So 10 your time will be 1 o'clock market time there for anybody
Fine.
watching. Thank you, Derek. Thank you, Smoke Tuna. Thank you. Hey, Nick, DJ
Yeah.
2 a.m. in the house.
Well,
Always great to see you. Always great to see you, brother.
thank you,
Uh,
Derek. Thank you, Smoke Tuna.
oh, and we got Jack, if that is your real name. I remember. I believe you were our winner last night as well. So thank you so much for coming on back in here. We love when we get that, kind of basically we get you with the free account. Then we rope you in and you realize, oh, these guys are actually kind of chill. Maybe I'll hang out here some more. That you've fallen into our trap. So we love to see it. Thanks everybody, especially you, Alejandra, for spending Friday morning with me. And
Oh,
we're gonna wrap it there. See you guys soon.
guys, see you guys soon. Bye.
Yo, what is up, guys? Man, that intro music gets me so pumped. We got a lot to talk about, but I want to hop right in and start because I see a beautiful setup setting up here on SPX. We've got the one knock in the morning, two, three, four times testing this breakout through our beautiful Camarilla pivot right here at 747. So if we do get a candle close over here, ideally a 5-minute candle close, you can take the 1-minute close through here as well. I think that this is setting up for a nice clean push up to the 749, potentially up to the 750 handle today. Got a nice look to it here. Speaking of, hey, who's that in my house? What's up, Josh? How you doing, brother?
Got that AK-47 snapping right there, baby.
Nice with the drip. Very cool, very cool. How you doing today, man?
Doing good. Doing good. Doing good. Got the I was looking for some red to green moves in the large caps. I was not expecting the green move that we got in the end. Holy bananas. Yeah. We are ripping today to the top side in these semis. These semis are going banana joes.
Yeah, I was just taking a look, recapping where we're at since I was here just 2 hours ago. Micron with the absolute beautiful V shape in the morning saying, what happened here? You guys thought we were done? Nah. It's interesting to see the Kospi, the South Korean market close for one day. Micron all over this dip buy. They loved it down here in the 815, 820 range. Now all the way back up at 900 and starting to look like it might just be getting going here on the hourly, on the daily, because I'm seeing a larger V shape. And I think this is a common trend across most of the leaders in the sector. So you love to see this. Which one were you looking at most closely there, Josh? Was it MU?
Well, out of the gate, I was going short on ARM. So out of the gate, I said, watch for pullbacks on these plays. I literally said, why? So I traded out of the gate short on ARM, okay. And I said, go Google, go, look for these dumps out of the gate. Looks like we're going to have some pullback. And I was all over it, killed it, nailed it. Like, yeah, great. Took my profit and, kind of comes back up, stops me at the final shares I was in, which wasn't much. And then the green move comes in, and I cannot believe. So I'm usually a one and done on Friday. So I'm like, all right, cool, I'm done. Let's see how high these go. I cannot believe. I sit back now going, well, I guess I should have traded the long side, but I was eyeing them all out. All the semis went bananas today, and just right at the gate, that red to green move was just beautiful. And you're talking about a 90-point move for Micron. We talked about that 810 area too as well, 815, whatever it was. If Micron was coming down more. Someone actually in Jimbo Trades is coming on my Merlin, will you go? Come on. Having a huge horse in here. Some of the other horses and dogs lay down. He's the horse that's he's still a young stableman. So he says, hey, Steve, I have plenty of energy. I will keep going, Dad. But yeah, all of them. NVDA, a good, 8-9 point move back up or whatever it is. AMD with 40 points today from 460 back up to 500. But we were eyeing out the MU, and so we'll see what Jimbo says, because yesterday Jimbo on my Discord said on my live stream he was asking yesterday about Micron, where to get in. I said, well, we're at this key level now, this 875 whatever in the market. Now we're cracking back below it, so it's going to come down to 810 now. That's just a key area. 8:15, whatever it was, I kept saying. And last night, 6 o'clock my time, so 7 Eastern, he says, getting close to that level, and then tagged me. And then here we go on the way back on up today. So, and he was talking about SanDisk was the other one. SNDK was the other one that we were eyeing out too as well on the way down, which I was telling him on SNDK was literally 1300 area, or maybe a tad below it. And what is SNDK? Almost tag this morning before ripping and roaring at 1300 mark. And he says, nope, I put my order in right. So didn't get filled on either one of them, unfortunately. And so man, that hurts. But what rips today? What ripasauruses, my friend?
Absolutely. And I love the key levels that we've been giving out all month long on Micron. I feel like between you and me, we have just about caught every single move in both directions here. So really happy with this. I took the crack short with Michael Burry here at the big blue arrow here on the loss of 1,500. He got in right there. I got in. Whoops, a little bit lower, about $20 lower there. But either way, we were monetizing very quick. It was a 2-day trade for me overnight into the 900 level. Took that off, saw the snapback. Actually did scalp long, very small, but the Micron 2X long went, I believe, about 30% from this low up to this high. 15% times 2. So I was selling into this day here, the daily moving average. Got stopped out on the rest. It was a small position anyway, because trust me, I did not trust these stocks to do much more than a little dead cat. I wish that my inclination, I followed through with that train of thought and re-shorted. I did not. I know some people in my server did. So shout out Monkey D. Luffy in the chat. I don't know if he's in here, but he's in my chat going crazy this morning. He just monetized and actually, I believe, flipped long on SPY as well. So nice move there. But I just wanted to note, this was the low volume node where we were looking for, if we fail this 50-day, where's the next target? Well, quick snap back down into this little hollow area, and that's what we're really going to decide. If we're going to cash, this would be the spot in the low volume area. Otherwise, the idea is, hey, if we can't catch at the base of the mountain and go back home to the peak, well, then we're going down to the next range below, and that's this big old shelf down here. That's this big gap here. So the fact that we protected this gap up, I think that means we have some more juice in the tank here, some more gas in the can, so to speak. Loving the look on that guy there. How are you?
The can. All right. Yeah. And after that offering, what was that on Wednesday, right there at the closing bell? Because that was like one of those ones where we were covering earnings, and we had ASTS come out with an offering. It looked like it had earnings, but it didn't. It was just a $1 billion offering. Yeah, making its way, finally finding some bottoms off the 52, 54 area, and working its way back on up here. Pretty good sized day for ASTS. But kind of forgot about that. So thanks for Tack for putting that back on my radar. Just to I had a feeling we'd have a pretty good sized day coming up and maybe a move back up. Seems like any more offerings will hurt a play. They used to hurt and kill it. Now they hurt. Yeah. Some they kill. Some they may move back up. It may hurt it, but it's not. It's only going to hurt it for a short amount of time before it's right back on up. So what's up, Joe? How we doing, Tag, Nigel, everyone else in chat? How we doing?
Man, I'm looking at this ASTS, and it just goes to show I am so much better of a quant than I am a trader, because this is what my system said, 54.78. That should hold on a higher time frame. I mean, talk about a higher time frame hold. How about testing a dilution cell, right? That is where the wall was. That's where it got absorbed, and I mean, pretty clean. How much of a move? Pretty clean 12% off of there, which I caught 0 cents of. So maybe one of these days I'll start listening to my system here, but that's pretty impressive, I must say. Interesting stuff there. And Josh, how do you feel about any of these other space names? Do you think that there's any room for these to catch and run, or are they just beholden to the wicked dilution of SpaceX?
We've had some SpaceX just continues, and I think we're going to see 100. I think on SpaceX at this point, maybe sub. And the launches aren't helping. So we've had launches this week, and that's not spicing anyone's juice anymore. So.
They canceled one, I think. I think that was the news. They actually canceled it last night, and it got knifed. So even worse. I know that's what I was thinking. The same thing. Like, how could this go this poorly? Did it blow up? Well, it never left. So
it never left.
That's a little bit of a problem there.
I said, hold my beer. I'm gonna have a few more before I head out to space.
Exactly.
Oh man, absolutely love it. Yeah, do not forget their team out there on the live stream now. Good call there, Ayush. Hey, you want to win a 25K eval? Well, there is a chance to do it. There's the link right there in the chat. Win a free 25K eval. That's right, because I forgot about that yesterday. And after hours, y'all's live stream got 60 or 70 likes or something like that. So that's why I had to jump back on at the end and talk a little Netflix, talk a little smack, a little WWF smack, old school WWE. Not the WWE. WWE, they ain't talking smack. WWF, that was the smack talking days. The old WCW, those were the days where they really laid down the pipe, baby.
I think a little bit before my time. I think my youngest memories were like Triple H.
Maybe The Rock, yeah.
Okay.
Well, The Rock was probably still to this day on. There's some, back in the day, because that was kind of like their job. They had to do all those promos, and that was kind of part of the shtick of being a wrestler. And then you had the ones that just couldn't work the mic, but that was always kind of a thing. Like, if you were a wrestler, you had to be able to work the mic. And then it kind of got that just throughout the years was like, yeah, whatever. But yeah, like Razor Ramon days to Macho Man days, but yeah, even to later in the years, like The Rock, he's definitely he had me rolling. I mean, Stone Cold was obviously good. John Cena was good, but the Rock to me is probably my favorite of all time because some of that stuff he could ad lib and had me laughing my ass off. One of the worst ever. The worst ever. Scott Steiner. Scott Steiner. That guy. You didn't know what was going to come out of his mouth. You go look up literally Scott Steiner promos, and you're gonna. It's nothing but terrible funny. I mean, there was one.
Oh yeah, this guy. I remember this guy now.
Yeah, Scott Steiner. Yeah.
That's wild.
It's all that stuff he'd wear or whatever, and he would always be kissed. Big Papa Pump, he called himself. he was kind of normal when it was him and his brother Rick Steiner, and then he just got off and they kind of went solo career. And yeah, Scott would just. There's one clip I have on TikTok. One night I couldn't sleep, scrolling through TikTok, and I come across a clip with Scott. It's like at one of those fan, expos or whatever, where they have a stand and you can go in, meet them, greet them, or whatever. Well, you can also, I guess, pay to do promos. And so this guy was going to cut a promo with Scott Steiner. And let me tell you, my friend, I'll have to send you the link because I don't even want to. It is hilarious. I was little. Okay, Steve, I don't ever foot stomp. It's kind of like a thing you see in cartoons where they're like,
right. People really do that.
Yeah, I was literally in my bed at 3 a.m. Thank God Avery was gone because I would have woke her dead ass up for sure. I was knee stomping, so I was like stomping because I was sitting up. I'm stomping my bed, rewatching this over and over and over. I am crying, Steve. Like that is probably one of the best laughs I've had in years because of how bad this promo went. Where it like goes off to here. Oh yeah. Well,
you're going to have to send me that link because that is, I think, that's my favorite thing. I love the theatrics of it all. It's so much fun. But going back to The Rock, that was one where there's no surprise when he went into a career in comedy because you're right. He was just natural at it. Absolutely there. I'm with you. Oh, man. Speaking of wrestling, we have Spy wrestling with this neckline here. If it can get through, I think we have room up here. But Josh, does this make you a little worried seeing this kind of a triangle not getting the juice through here, especially during lunchtime?
Yeah, I think it's fine. I think it's still healthy. I think there'd be a little, maybe a little bit of positive concern, but I like the way this looks. We're knocking on heaven's door, and I think we're going to get that move up to the upper VWAP band, somewhere right around. We probably could hit the 48.75 with this move and squeeze if we get it. And that's the thing we're lacking right here is volume and settling right into it. Yeah, we're getting really tight. Trend line right here. This is getting tight. ARM was looking that way earlier with Micron as well. NVDA definitely just had that look. So pull up NVDA and you can see what we just did with NVDA. That was one that had that same sort of neckline right there. And then right, yeah. So we were kind of pushing, and then finally, boom, we get that pop goes the weasel. So that kind of is the same similar-ish look. So let's get it, Spy. Come on. Yeah, bring your own charts. That's coming up soon. We'll have Dimpy join us again for a few minutes so he can pull up his chart. But Joe, Nigel, anyone else? Go over to the Discord, put your charts over on the Discord. We want to go over them. We'll preview, we just want to preview that, but probably about 15, 20 minutes. We'll get into BYOC somewhere around there. But yeah, come on, Spy. Give it to me. All right, so let's recap the week, though, Steve. Let's recap the week. Overall, earnings was slow. Don't really care too much about Netflix, although when we do get into charts of the week, I'm going to bring up why I feel Netflix was heading down no matter what the earnings were. So that'll be my chart of the week that we go over. But bring your own charts. But point being, next week, besides previewing, of course, this week recap, next week real quickly as well, because I always want to get in this before we get into charts, because the next thing you know, we're going like 20, 30 minutes longer than we could or should. Point being, today I can't. I gotta get the haircut, Steve. So today I've got a hair appointment to get a little trim, here. But next week with earnings, nothing really on Monday that strikes dominoes.
Nothing huge. We do have Steel Dynamics, but it's not going to be a barn burner like some of these, though. But what's the one you're looking forward to?
That's what I want to ask you, because I'm starting to schedule a little earlier for next week, and and you can come up with a cool name for your, which I'll reach out to you later today, a cool name for your webinar for next week. Of course, today's webinar real quickly. Steve's got that later today, a little bit, of course, after our morning to now week recap BYOC stream. Funded Fast Track, Conquering the Prop Trading Evaluation. Join us this afternoon at 3 p.m. Eastern through Power Hour. My man Steve will have you covered with one of the best webinars you'll hear in a very long time. So point being back to earnings, it is. Your webinars are the best there are. Now, do you want to cover STLD and After Hours on Monday?
I would be happy to. We also have Zion Bancorp. That's a smaller regional bank. So they're not going to be massive, but definitely worth talking about. At the very least, we can talk about them into the Power Hour there. But up to you if you want to do the full thing. What I'm really looking forward to is going on through the week here. We got some spicy ones. I think that. Let's see. I thought it was Tuesday here. Sorry, I'm looking on my other screen. Bear with me as I pull up the next day of the calendar.
You're good.
Why is it so hard to find? There it is. Okay. We have
Interactive Brokers, the big one on Tuesday. And Schwab. We got a little Schwab.
Yeah, so those are going to set a good tone for, just like IBKR, also the CBOEs, a lot of those companies that sell volatility essentially, right? And I bet they've been doing pretty darn well. So it'll be interesting to see how the brokerages do. We have a lot of insurance companies this week. We have some more airlines, ALK, Alaska Airlines, coming up on Tuesday. But I believe the bigger ones are
Yeah, GM also on Tuesday as well. That's in the morning.
in the
3M.
morning. Yeah.
That's another one that we can talk about too as well. Of course, which I have on the calendar, which you can look at whenever you get a chance, Steve. But yeah, I'll have the earnings for after hours, and then we'll have the pre-market earnings that we'll kind of want to talk about, and also preview as well. Which if you want to do anything for later in the day, always more minimal. And who do we have? Here?
Yo.
We call Alejandra. She says, "Yeah, I like to show up 17 minutes late to class," and I'm gonna say, "That's a second strike, 3 strikes, and you're going to the
No, in her defense, she called in, so she gave me the text, the heads up. Also, she's getting me back. I made her start the stream this morning.
Okay.
Only fair. Thank you for joining, Alejandra. By the way, I just want to shout out Spy really carving out this pennant. It is not looking like it's ready to call it quits. So really waiting for that candle close over our the bull pivot, the bear shall not pass line here. That's the cam pivot number 4, which, by the way, guys, be sure to tune in. Be sure to follow our new TikTok channel, because in the next week or so, I know I just recorded that and it'll be out soon. The Cam Pivots short, as well as the other one we did on, Fibonacci's. You can go over there and get yourself a cheat sheet. But you got the source right here, so you can also ask me here. Still waiting for the candle close. I'm not rushing, not forcing any trades today, because that is the theme for Fridays, for me at least. Just taking it nice and easy, waiting for the trades to come to me. So I did take one very small long off of the VWAP here, came in right after we got off stream. I took a very small position. I just took it into the high of the day, and then I turned around, got a sandwich, looked back, and we had this big red candle. So I was like, okay, all right, that's probably enough for me. Now we're setting up again, but I need the confirmation to take anything. So guys, a few things, because we started talking earnings, and then we got a little distracted with Alejandra, but we didn't get to the meat and potatoes of the schedule, and that's what I wanted to show y'all here. Give you a little boost, a little bonus sneak peek, I guess is what I'm trying to say here, because we have Tesla, we have Google, we have ServiceNow, IBM, we also have TXN, Texas Instruments, Kinder Morgan. There's a lot of really, really big names that are going to move the market overall. Obviously, the mega caps in Google and Tesla.
IBM. There's another one we're going to. You got a big day on Wednesday. We do. So yeah, it's decent on Tuesday, decent on Thursday. Wednesday is going to be one that we are just going to be running around with their chicken head, running around with their heads cut off.
Right. I wish we could spread it out. Can't we get Tesla on Monday, Google on Tuesday, give us something every day of the week? Because yeah, Wednesday, absolutely stacked. Thursday, no slouch either. Intel going to be the star of the show there, but I'm watching Deckers as well. I'm thinking this one could be a longer term position trade, a little more boring, but I want to show you that chart real quick. We can also go over the other charts, but basically a lot of indecision. Tesla and a big pennant, for example. Decker here, though, is looking very constructive on a higher time frame. If we look at the weekly here, I think this thing is geared up for a big move. So I would love to be potentially a buyer here. We saw Nike hit the inflection point. Decker's another shoe company, and this one I like a lot more. So I think there's potential for this guy to kind of carve back up and out the same way.
You don't know no Deckers. Come on now. You didn't have no Deckers growing up like that. I had to put them Deckers on, bro. It was usually slacks is what I had. If I had Deckers, there were some slacks. So look at them there. There we go. There's Scott Steiner, the man. You should just type in Scott Steiner worst promo ever. Just let's all laugh together real quickly.
Okay, sure. So I thought I didn't realize that was on the full screen. Sorry, I was like, "How are you in my head? How do you see my screen?" Okay, let me find that for y'all. Isn't that Dockers, the pants? Maybe I'm getting that mixed up.
Maybe it was Dockers.
Yeah, I used to rock the Docks. Let's see.
Dockers. That's it. That is what they're called. Hey, I was at
the anchor. Yeah, I remember those. Those were my first khakis. For my first grown-up job, I got Dockers khakis, and I thought I looked pretty darn sharp. Let's see.
Decker has Uggs. Okay, so Deckers are coming in that has they're that owns. Okay, gotcha. Makes sense. That's who Decker is. Got it. And Timberlands. Okay. I see where Decker is. Look at this guy.
I was hoping for links. Sorry.
What are we going over right now? Can we stick to the program, please?
What are you talking about?
I'm so sorry.
What are you talking
We
about?
get in the wave you're trading.
I said, what are we going over right now? Because I'm getting angry that Walmart is not holding, Steve.
Mm.
You jinxed it.
Did I jinx it, or did I say that, hey, if it's a good time because we're over the daily targets, my friend? I don't know. I just never know what's gonna happen, so I always get super
Oh, it's
antsy
okay.
when something's
Okay.
when
I,
something's
I'm,
running
I'm
hot.
I'm holding for the long run. It's okay.
There you go. If
So
you got time, I do believe in Walmart. We can look at the longer time frame, but I think what we're
Walmart.
seeing, yeah,
Y'all
Walmart looks
trading
fine on the
Walmart.
weekly. It looks fine on the weekly. If we're gonna, what I'd like to see is a close over this 50 week, which I believe would be the 200 day. Yeah, but I doubt we're gonna get that quite yet. Just to hold over these moving averages, we'll probably keep it in the race. But gotta say, a little bit spooky on under this 200 and the knife down. I think what we're just seeing is money coming out of the XLP primarily, and yeah, but basically we're saying, hey, we were wondering if we're going to get like a bigger bearish unwind, but we're not really seeing too much of that. We opened the gate with massive red on energy, massive green on energy, massive green on XLP, both up about 1.5% on the day. There's the energy candle as well. So all day since the morning, we've been seeing the fade on the risk off trade and money coming back into the risk on trade. See that absolutely the opposite. It's one's open in red, close in green, the other the exact opposite here. And I think that's just healthy rotation, money sloshing back and forth as the actual indices, they hold their ranges. So
Yeah,
here's
and
spot.
then MNQ literally held the 15-minute bullish that I have here, like
Mm.
right in the center. So
So
that was
this is a
nice.
good example. You're welcome to show your screen as well if you'd like. But this was a great example of the patience we were talking about for Qs. Remember, we were saying, hey, we want to see it essentially come back down to this opening level, come back down and retest something because it was running too hot up here, and we called this out very nicely. Even when you're expecting, the move to come down, when it does this on you, it really does run those stops, and it makes you think, hey, was I just wrong? I thought I was just wrong here for a second, but coming back and looking, it played out quite nicely. Is that exactly as you were talking about, coming back into that 15-minute? We can pull that up as well. That
Yeah,
15-minute order block.
it's getting a little stuffy here, but I think maybe because also MES is reaching an order block that I had here on the 15-minute time frame.
Hmm.
So I'm not sure what it's gonna do here at this point. I don't know if it's gonna break above it, above 75.40 and continue to keep going, because MNQ looks like they're like it just wants to keep going. Like there's not much resistance. I don't see that much resistance until
It's not.
29,400.
So it's not crazy, right? I think it's psychological in good part because we're over the 700 level now. That's what we've been over for about an hour, but we're posting 3 top wicks on that 15-minute. Uh, the half hour, I'd really like to see it close over the 700 handle because otherwise, if it closes down below, then it's going to post 2 top wicks. I do think that you're right. I do think that we're just kind of slowing down a little, but not done. And for me, it makes sense because we've essentially been oversold. Now we're coming up, running back up into the hourly trigger. So the hourly trigger is what we need to reclaim once we kind of check back in with like the oversold level. And if we want to get into an uptrend, we have to reclaim this level. And you're seeing this kind of across the board. I wanted to bring up NVIDIA because it is just leading SPY a little bit, but doing the same thing in my book. So we have SPY on the right side, NVIDIA on the left. Let me change this to a 5-minute chart. It's this big ascending triangle that's testing the bullish pivot to the top side of the chart. So that's this yellow line here on NVIDIA at 204.50, and this is the same level as the 747 on SPY. So what we're seeing here is essentially buyers, they're coming in higher each time, and eventually they kind of just work through this pivot that they had broken through in the first part of the day, come back down and kind of coil right here under the hourly trigger. So we're seeing a very similar setup here, and there's no coincidence, just kind of the anatomy of an oversold bounce. And now we're at this pivot point where, hey, we're still in negative gamma. We could still see a roll and a failure, but to me, looking pretty constructive, and any kind of price acceptance near this pivot, near this hourly trigger, near zero gamma, which is like a buck or two higher, you kind of have to think, hey, maybe this is acceptance. Maybe we're going to push through. You see SPY catching a little bit of a bid here, gearing up to make another shot at this break. So I think that it's a matter of if not when, or when not if, I should say. But if that is the case, we want to see the continued strength in the leaders here, or money rotating into new leaders. So I'm liking it. I think we got some room here. And how we doing, guys? Do we have time for a little round the horn action? I got a little mini thing for you guys there. Oh, wow. Nice candle. This might be the start.
Yeah.
See that velocity? That's looking good.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Taku and Nigel. I saw them on the comments. I just wanted to give them some love.
I think everyone has a different name for tack. I call him tack. You call him Taku. Steve calls him I say tack. You say talk. I think. Yeah. So he has 3 different names from 3 different people. That's gotta be. He's like so confused right now. So
I think of talkies. That's what I think of, honestly.
Which one is your favorite, Taku?
Taco. We're just gonna start calling him Taco now. I'm sure he'll love that. He's like, I have a full name for a reason, guys. Come on now.
Yeah, right, exactly. Yeah, V was fun. Caught actually some of my traders in my lobby. It was It was high watch for me for the squeeze today. We got V for the long up. And then I actually had some traders take the short back on down and get the halts down. So yeah, one of my traders caught about 13, 14 points out of it from the way up and the way down. So one of the other traders.
Is this 3? Sorry, I want to make sure I'm looking at the right thing. VEE, 3 E's?
Yeah, 3 E's. 3 E's.
Okay. I was like, how are you trading this?
Here recently. This has been the all-week runner for us. This has kind of been the play in small caps this week. This is what we've been looking at is V. It's Monday it ran from 5. I don't know I forgot what it was on Monday, but yeah, it's been our barn burner all week long. Barn burner, baby, barn burners. This has been a good mover. So I think
Josh,
what?
Sorry to cut you off. I just got the chills because I think that how am I looking at this wrong? This looks like it might be setting up for one of Kevin's hangover setups. Am I crazy there, or do you think this is just getting started?
Well, the huge massive reversal today is not boding well. So this definitely could see that. The only thing I would say is that it still has that higher low pattern and it's getting right to the top. So to me, it's really one of there's not an indecision here. It's definitely going to do one or two things for sure. It's either going to squeeze and go to 70 or plus, and it's just going to go crazy on Monday again, like it did last Monday, or we're going to have that womp womp and go all the way back down into the 20s, maybe lower.
All right, I'm going to be watching this one. This is one where I'm seeing it. I'm seeing a potential short. I could be very wrong. Like you're saying, still holding, technically, higher highs, higher lows. I'm just seeing these top wicks on the hourly. I'm seeing basically the attempt to squeeze kind of fail after a couple days hanging out here. So I just think that if we lose this kind of high volume shelf at $38 or so, basically the low of the past hour or so, call it the low of the day to be definitive, I think this thing can start sliding on down, and I really would love to see this thing back at the 20, this low volume node, maybe for a Josh Smith bounce play off of this area, or maybe it needs to wash out further,
Yeah, we'll see.
I'm getting the hankering for it, though. I want to short this thing.
Yeah, Monday will be on high watch for a lot of people, so I 100% love it that you're going to be watching it. Yeah, so V, love it. That'll be the main watch for me on Monday unless we get something new to run. Do like it still. Yeah, in SpaceX, we talked about that earlier. Los Polos Hermanos 55 says.
Los Pollos.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Hermanos.
I mean, we can't even get tax name right, so just forget about everything else at that point. So we talked about this earlier. Los Polos Hermanos. There you go. Anyway, I think this goes 100. I think this goes sub 100, honestly, in the end.
Yeah.
We just find these plays finding bottoms around like 80, 90 to 80. I don't know what it is. NVDA, AMD, Amazon, SpaceX is next. I think is no bottom right now. I think this continues to sell off, my friend.
Mm-hmm. So I'm just really proud of the system here, having it work so well, even without me. So this one worked too well, guys. I was hoping this path would give us a couple bounces into the falling 9-day for me to get involved once it cracked this low. So we cracked the low. We came up into the 5-day, and I was watching going, okay, hammer candle into the 5 after taking the liquidity low. Great. We get a pop back into the equilibrium, this 9-day moving average, and then we can smack this thing down short. Well, gave me no short. And you know me, I don't move my paths until they are either wrong or play out. This one is playing out, only very slightly wrong in the sense that it didn't give me the entry. So all week I've been watching it give entries off this 5-day moving average, not taking them because I'm just a little bit antsy, but that is what should happen. And I think if Lancer's in the chat, he'll tell you from his time learning under Brian Shannon, the great Brian Shannon, he always says, you can't short something that, I'm sorry, you can't long something that has a falling 5-day moving average. What am I talking about? You know what I'm talking about. Regardless, what we got is the straight shot move right to this 1.27 fib. So this 1.27 fib, very, very key, because this is where breakouts can go to die. So not a breakout in this case, but if we go 1 divided by SpaceX, you'll see what I mean there. There we go. Now it's a fake breakout, so to speak, until proven otherwise. So what we would do is take your fibs, make sure you got the right one on there for extensions. And let me reverse it and you'll see what I'm talking about. What we did is we're trying to essentially pop. Oh, that's interesting. Why is this one showing that we're above it? Maybe even more bearish. Regardless, this is where you can see some resistance essentially in the trade. This is where they can try to cap it and bring it back into the range. For me, I would love to see a bounce back into the prior lows. So we can go back to the normal chart there to show you that. There we go. So I would love it if what we get is some nice pressure release here to come up to this 9-day and the previous lows, maybe even this 21-day. So I would love to see something like that, maybe higher here. So this is what I'm kind of looking for, some kind of bounce. I don't know what would cause it, and we might not get it, but this is what I need to get short. Pollos Hermanos saying daily hammer forming on SpaceX could bring some bounce. Yeah, so that's what I'm seeing. It's off a key level. We got a really clean move down so far. And these things, they won't move in completely straight lines very often. You know, almost always there's some big bounces on the way to a far lower target. My far lower target right there with you, Josh, 95 to 100. Looking good to me. And I think that could just be getting the party started. I don't think I'd be a buyer unless we had a strong hammer, a couple hammers off this 95 level, reclaiming the 100. Otherwise, I need a discount. Give me the 69 handle, and I'll get interested at least. That's what I'm thinking there, Mr. Hermano.
There you go. Boom, shakalaka. It's about time to get to BYOC. So, Steve, if you want to get to your segment, you got just a little. Not much though. I want to get into these charts. I want to get these charts. So Steve, talk fast, talk AK fast, talk Josh fast.
Damn, I don't know if that's possible. You're one of a kind.
I hope that's a good thing.
My fuel.
A moment of silence. It's a good thing, AK. I love you here. We all love you.
We all love you, Josh. You're too you have like an infectious personality. It's hard not to get caught up in whatever you're excited about. So that's what I need on stream, and I know a lot of people out there appreciate that too.
Well,
all right, time.
Sorry, I just have to say hi to my people. Shah, hi. Thank you for joining us again, Mr. Perfect. Thank you for joining. And
welcome.
That's it. Okay.
Well, not Market Lounge though, huh? Poor Market Lounge doesn't get anything from me.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'll shout out Market Lounge. Market Lounge knows his stuff. I've been watching when he's in here.
Oh, hey.
So he's been in chat for a while. He's been in chat for a while. Okay, let's not disturb Steve anymore. Steve, I'll put the timer on. You got till the 40. You got 5 minutes. 5 minutes and 10 seconds. 5 minutes and 8 seconds. Go.
Need it. We're fine. All right, guys. Here's the lowdown. Here's the around the horn setup for today, guys. Here's what we're looking at on the July 17th of the year of our Lord 2026. Chips. They're having a hard time, but they're doing their best to make it back, right? They slid toward a bear market. I think they were just under the 20% pullback handle on SMH. Meanwhile, oil was ripping off the Iran conflict. We are seeing both of those trades start to mean revert as we go into the power hour here or into the second half of the day. So I think it's a good sign. The fear gauge woke up and then we kind of quelled it just a little bit down. So are we out of the woods? Not necessarily. That being said, I like what I'm seeing for a failed auction down or a fake breakdown. Part of this, we're seeing NASDAQ take the worst of it. The Qs definitely got beat down far more than SPY. And we saw that in the morning session. If you were around hanging out with me and Alejandra, you saw Qs absolutely puking off of that little pop off the open. Green candle or two, and then about a 1% washout in about 10 minutes, 5 minutes. Truly wild stuff there. Josh, I think you were catching that with the semis trade. Great stuff there. But SPY, it really didn't drop that much after the bell. It had dropped a lot before the bell, about 1%, but we had kind of started to stabilize at the SPX 7450 high volume or high gamma node. So once we kind of found our footing there on SPX, we got our 15-minute range break, turned the corner there. Qs, they joined the party with full ferocity. I don't know what I'm talking about. They V-shaped, guys. It was very impressive, a very impressive move off the lows, and that's what we kind of were looking for. So getting into some of these little breakdowns here, we are seeing money coming out of the indices across the board, but starting to come back into the risk-on sectors, and that's what we like to see. Semiconductors now down only 1%, and IGV only down 0.5%. So still liking that money is strong and staying in that IGV trade. We're in that IGV trade with Microsoft. We've got Fastly. There's one other that I'm forgetting about, Palantir. Microsoft, Fastly, and Palantir. That one's struggling just a little bit more today, I believe. But either way, looking okay overall. Here's the thing that still is kind of throwing a wrench in things. USO, still very strong, still holding the line very strong, even if energy equity's coming down a little bit. And this is a cause for concern. So I mentioned this on the Trader TV appearance yesterday. Pretty timely saying, hey, what I'm liking to diversify out of the chips trade in is honestly picking up some oil. I think it's a good time to have some oil in your port. I'm just still sticking with the Chevron shares that I've had for quite a while. They were up nicely. They came down a little bit, still was green on them. Now they're up nicely again. I should have added, just kind of trying to get my bearings here. I was hoping I'd get the weekend to chill and reassess, but liking the, I don't know if I'm actually liking it. I'm acknowledging the strength in oil and oil equities. Worth noting there. As you can see, the sector scorecard, it's a bloodbath here. Energy, the strongest, and that's the only thing green. What we should see by the end of the day is some of these risk-on categories starting to flip green. I don't care about utilities or real estate nearly as much as industrials. I'd love to see that go green. Love to see technology go green. We're not that far off, so it's a possibility, guys, if we do get that kind of move, or that at least the same kind of trajectory here where the big losers on the day are just kind of getting mean reverted back. I think this could be the bottom on indices. Not necessarily calling it yet, but I do like this kind of look for the crack. Everybody's so scared. We lose a lot of the 50 days. And then if that shakes enough people and we do get a strong enough bounce, well, that might be all she wrote. It might be a failed auction down. That's what I'm hoping for here. In terms of our gamma snapshot here, we have zero gamma sitting above us about, I believe, 50 points still. So we're still in the danger zone in that regard.
Danger, Will Robinson. Danger.
Exactly. I always think Archer. Any Archer fans in here? Josh, you ever watch Archer?
I did not watch Archer. I did not, but I definitely saw it on FX. Yeah, I mean, that was actually back in the day where there was so much good stuff on TV that I was watching too much TV, really. And now I just never get a chance to. But no, it's definitely a good show. I know. I just never watched it.
All right. Well, I'll watch The Fifth Element when you watch one episode of Archer. How about that? We get a little quid pro quo, little back and forth there.
You're talking to the multitasker among multitaskers, so I'm going to go right now to YouTube TV on my phone right here. I'm going to watch Archer right now and get this knocked out right away. So let's go.
How's that for productivity?
And live stream and watch the charts at the same time. I need your brain.
I know. We need to study it for science. That's wild.
For real.
That came out meaner than I meant to.
Right.
Not like CTE.
Now you guys are going to kill me.
We're like
kill Josh to study his brain.
Well, I think it's impressive. By the way, guys, this is just, I love how when SPY hits a Friday, it just helps clarify the lesson I'm trying to give today. I'm waiting for the confirmation, sitting here, chopping it up, chatting, having a good time with my buddies because the trade is not ready and I can't force it. It doesn't matter how bad I want the trade to be ready. If the setup I'm looking for isn't ready to play out, I can't just say, hey, I'm going to take it anyway. Maybe my inclination was wrong. Maybe I should have been looking short here, but I simply wasn't. So, that's okay. It's okay to miss one here. But regardless, I'm glad that I did not try to chase, even though I really thought we were going to get the lift here. So interesting action here as volume should be picking up pretty soon here in the next 20 minutes, half an hour. We'll see if we get a catch, a high or low, or whether this is just all she wrote for the day. Dead cat bounce getting stalled out. It is a possibility when you can't break through that big 7,500 level. Definitely big psychological resistance there. So that's what I got here for the little market recap, just kind of getting you familiarized with what happened today. The last thing we should probably talk about, just Netflix a little bit more. I want to just recap what we saw on the earnings. The idea was the numbers weren't terrible, but they were not amazing. I think the first set of numbers I read, actually, it had their forward guidance just slightly under. I looked again, and it looks like they guided towards the bottom of a range. So it seems like the market not loving that. You never want to see a guide down, especially, guys, we all know these numbers are kind of sort of a little bit not made up, but just like show some confidence in your company, and the market will reward that, is generally the pattern that I'm seeing, you know? So the shift in tone just wasn't very bullish in general. The numbers, they were underwhelming at best. I think the most concerning was that free cash flow was down significantly from the estimates going forward. So I think just the combination there was the perfect storm that Netflix bears needed to wash it out through that 200-week moving average. Now, however, we're seeing a pretty good bottom wick, and I think this could be a flush out in the start of a bottom. It could take a couple weeks, but this is what I'm seeing as this kind of chop happens. Josh says, give me the 50 handle. He's not here for it, but you know what? That's why there's two sides to the trade. You already made your money on this, dude. Leave me alone. I'm still $1 in the red on my 5 shares. Let me make some money. How about that?
We need to get to this. We need to get to a giveaway. So we're doing a live drawing. Yes, they just sent me the link and said, hey, guess what? It is time to do a raffle drawing. Raffle drawing earnings challenge. Trade the pool. We're doing the giveaway. I'm ready to rock and roll. Who's ready to rock and roll with me?
Let's go.
Okay, I guess no one is.
I'm ready.
All right, come on, guys. We need some enthusiasm here. Come on. Let's ring the... When they're coming in. I was talking too loud. Boom! Bam! Open up! Delonte West!
Nice.
Delonte!
Let's go, baby. Always love to see a regular get rewarded.
Where's
Good stuff, brother.
Delonte, what were you just talking about, Delonte? I just saw you say something. Oh, he likes your boy Archer, which of course I'm going to be watching an episode very soon of that. I got to get my hair cut, so that's a good time. I already got it pulled up. I'm going to knock it out. I'm going to send Steve a video of me watching Archer while my hair is getting cut. Why? Because Avery's getting a haircut too. So I'm saying, Avery, will you send me a video, take a video of me right now of me getting my hair cut, watching Archer, and saying, hey, you watching The Fifth Element tonight, Mr. Steve?
All right, you called me out. I got to do it now. Hey, I got 3 days. So we're going to make it happen. I'm going to have something to talk about come Monday. But Josh, you've hit the holy grail, because I've been looking for a new barber, and every single one I talk to, they just want to have a full conversation, which is fine. But I get so brain fried after a long day. I want to just watch some Archer in the chair, and I always feel like compelled to make all this small talk. And so I'm about
used to
on.
watch Archer. Now that I remember, I had an ex-boyfriend that made me watch him. I actually like that show.
There we go. All right.
That sounds so familiar. No, yeah, I used to watch Archer. It's a good show.
I was gonna say he sounds like a keeper, but I guess not. But you know, that one redeeming quality there.
I guess not. Steve with the jokes today. All right, see, let's get to charts now. Charts, bring your own charts. Bring your charts. Bring your freaking charts. Josh, we know you had. Well, it is growing. Hey, I said I'm growing a MacGyver. Okay, I am, and this is full on. We're getting there. Okay, we are definitely getting to some MacGyver status.
What's the reason for this?
I just last year I stopped. I just went like 2 or 3 months without getting my hair cut, and it started getting long, and I was like, you know what, whatever. So it was around December to January where I hadn't gotten a cut for I guess it was around December, January, whenever it was. And I was getting comments like from Avery and other girls, like me and Steve talk about the curls that, when your hair curls out from the back.
God,
yeah, I like the baseball cut.
The girls.
Because Avery wants it. She's like, yeah, I want it. And so if Avery wants me to keep this, just like you would, because you're gonna like it when you see it, you're loving it. And secondly, I'm like, you know what? I love MacGyver. I didn't pay him an homage. So this year for Halloween,
Are you gonna shave?
Am I gonna shave?
Yeah, he doesn't have a mustache.
Well, yeah, I'm looking at my face. Obviously, I'm talking about me. I'm I'm MacGyver this year. I'm gonna be MacGyver. I'm growing it out. Okay?
I know, but he doesn't have any facial hair, so you have to shave your facial hair too.
It's an easy problem to solve. Come on, we got problem solvers here at Trade the Pool.
Some guys don't like it. I mean, like, would you shave your mustache, Steve?
Yeah, I have many times in the past. I just let's be real. I look worse without it. I think,
Oh,
I need
really?
some.
Let's find
I
out.
think I don't think this is controversial. No.
Remove the mustache. Let's find a picture. Remove all the.
Let's do it. Let's all do it.
If you guys want, we can do what's the opposite of like glow up? I can pick up some old yearbook photos or something. You can see what I look like baby faced. It's not as great. I'll at the very least I'll give you the clean shaven chin tomorrow. But
All right.
Saturday.
Let's get back to charts because speaking of haircuts, because I do have a haircut that we have to get to. So today we got to be snappy.
Okay.
My quick
Okay,
chart,
okay.
NFLX, and why exactly I thought this was coming down. When we were making our way up, we find a beautiful support node area right here, right around this 83, 84, 85 mark. We ripped a new all-time high off that Head and Shoulders. Said Head and Shoulders, who uses Head and Shoulders? Get out of there. Give me some Pert Plus or something, baby. Get rid of that Head and Shoulders already. Give me something. Give me some Fruitique, whatever. Give me something
I was
better.
gonna say some Garnier Fructis. That's what I think of when I think of like better shampoo than Head and Shoulders.
There we go. There we go, right? So on the way down, here's the key, is my point. When we start cracking overall and we start finding that pullback on the way down, my thought process, because I haven't looked at this chart, but when we pulled this up recently, because we have to talk about it because of earnings, I'm going, well, why didn't we bounce there? We tried, but we didn't do poop. We fell even further. I'm like, okay, well, fine. We found our bottom here. This is the new bottom. We rip it, Riposaurus. And then when we come down and cannot hold this area and we're cracking below it, Steve, this says sayonara, baby, because what was old support right here is now becoming new resistance, and that is not a good sign. So what's that a sign of? Bye-bye, baby. Bye-bye, baby. We're heading down and really finally forming this really ugly Head and Shoulders overall. Steve, this uses Head and Shoulders. It's got, it needs to move on. It needs to move on from Head and Shoulders. We used that as a kid or when we just didn't have money. Steve, it's going down for more. It's having a good green day today. I get it. I got it. But listen, we're going to find it in the 55-50 area coming up, and we're all going to say, dang it, that son of a gun called it out. Way ahead. It's happening, Steve. It's happening. I promise you. But I just want to say why I figured this play was coming down. This is what I'm looking for. When I come back and we're not bouncing here, and this never becomes support again off of the rip that we had, we find a new node, and we don't bounce there. We actually go straight through it, and we're down even further. She's weak in my book, baby. She's just weak in my book. So there's my chart of the week, and I want to go back over that and why exactly I thought she was going down. For more, do either one of you guys have a chart that you would like to show for your chart of the week that you could break down?
Yeah, absolutely. Alejandra, am I stepping on you? Do you want to go first?
No, you go.
Okay.
Stepping on all his toes.
We are looking 3 weeks into the future for Netflix here by looking at Microsoft. This is my chart of the week, guys.
There we go, little Twilight Zone.
This is the spooky door. This is remember that though? I think it was a Family Guy bit. Okay, so this is what I'm seeing for Netflix's future. Very similar chart. And you know what? We're actually going to look at them next to each other. Can I spell Netflix? Yeah, it's NXFL. That's what we're doing here.
I couldn't spell it earlier either.
Just think like I used to when I first saw NFLX. I saw someone chatting it up in one of the of course I was always a small cap trader, right? I was like, what's NFLX? Who's this guy talking about NFLX for? I thought NFLX was an NFL ticker. I thought it had something to do with the NFL, or if it was like Vince McMahon's football. I'm like, and I type it in. I'm like, oh, Netflix, you idiot, duh.
You've got maximum dude brain. You're like, that's sports. I know those letters. Why would you put them together if there ain't a pigskin getting thrown? I love that.
Yeah.
It should be. You're right. It should be. They should fix that. I think they're wrong, not you. Anyways, look how similar these charts are, guys. On these weeklies, this is what I want you to know. Big purple line coming up. Big purple line undercut. Big purple line gets a bid. Big purple line does get retested sometimes. It's not as straightforward as tap and go. So Josh, you might have had us in the first half. You might even get your 50. I don't think so. I think we've seen the worst of it. Maybe one more undercut to 62, 63 at the very worst. But I'm a believer in these choppy, sloppy 200 week bottoms. They're not easy to catch, but when you get the close over it, you put some in there. If you get the follow through week, you add more in my book. So Microsoft here, we got the follow through candle that got me in 390. We're getting the follow through of the follow through candle here now through this 200 week. And I believe that that's what Netflix wants to do too. Maybe a little chopping for a week or two, but then I do believe we're going to put in a bottom, a failed auction down, because Josh, everything you said wasn't wrong. It's just I don't believe you. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
Well, it's a
oh,
good setup, but they don't always work, right? And if they're
yeah,
never not, if they're ever not going to work, it'd be on
yeah,
a mega cap that hit an inflection point. So
yeah.
maybe the bad news you're looking for the follow through, maybe the stock's bottoming on that bad news because the positioning was already bearish enough. The sentiment was already bearish enough. Will it happen? I don't know, but there's always two sides to every trade, and this is one I'm gonna plant my flag in here, Josh, just to
Got it.
keep it exciting for you guys out there. We'll
Yeah.
see
Short
how this
hair,
plays
long
out.
hair, love it. Ale, what do you
Yeah.
got? So we're covering both sides of Netflix and Microsoft. What do you think, Ale, as far as you could chime in on that, or do you have a chart of the week that you want to go over at all?
Not really. I mean, I'm more of like I don't look at stocks like that, but I am holding on to Walmart. I'm trying to see if it'll hit 120.
That's
And
my girl. I love it. Hey, Walmart, that's of course based in Northwest Arkansas. So come on, I'm all about it. I'm all
and then
about it.
I was just looking at oil. I had this level down here that I wanted buys, but totally missed that.
Same.
I did
Yeah.
also call out this consolidation here. I said if it breaks above, we can see a continuation to the upside to the next target for a gap fill. So it should continue to go to 83.50. I'm not chasing that though.
All right.
And
Fair
yeah,
enough.
I was just
Can I get
looking
your
at that.
opinion on one more when you're sorry to interrupt, whenever you're done with oil? I have one
Yeah.
other question on gold.
And don't forget, we do have to get to some over on the Discord. So we got a few of these to go over, just
Okay.
about 3 or 4 of these on the Discord. So yeah, let's get to these.
Okay,
Gotcha.
okay.
Chop. Come on.
Gold is still showing us bearish momentum here, but it is holding this floor. I like this nice little area of demand. I still don't have the confidence that it's going to break and give us a break of structure for bullish momentum because
Mhm.
this low has not been swept here. It tried, but I still think we have some more downside to get confirmation to go long. So that's that.
I'd agree with that. I like that. Just wanted to get your thoughts there because I know you're on the future side of things, but hey, there's still crossover, right? Like you were talking oil, still gold as well. So you can hold it down in these areas that I know you're probably getting asked about constantly, So
Yeah.
I like the read there. I'm still waiting, but I'm not ready to pull the trigger either. So Josh,
Yeah.
what do we got for us on the
Well,
Discord
let's
side?
get Dimpy wants to join us here. Dimpy, pull up a dang chart already. You better have a chart ready. You want to break down because I want to pull up one more chart here and get some insider information from my man Dimpy. Dimpy Day Trades is about to join us again. He joined us on
Nice.
Friday Night Live. He's been around for quite a while. Here he is, Mr. Dimpstar.
Oh, there's the
Oh,
man.
yeah, how about Dimpstar? Dimpstar.
Dimps.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, if you want to get, we'll go to the Discord first. Get your chart up. Do what?
Dimpy, this is the first time I meet you on live. Hi.
Yeah, it is. Hello. How are you?
Oh, there we go. Look at that. How you doing? How you doing? All right.
How
So
you doing?
Beret or Barrett over here says my problem is that I stop out too early on winning trades. This is KLRS. I knew 530 was support line. I could have gone to. Maybe I should leave 10 shares on the table and ride out a little bit more. So entry, I guess she's looking at. She shorted this right here. So I'm gonna make this a little bit bigger for everybody to see. Entry was right here for the short. Beautiful short up top. Look at that great resistance up top and how much it fell from it. She took it as soon as it starts to crack down here in this big reversal. And I get if she is listening, and she may not be, why to take it off this support area, maybe even into here, like, okay, what's going to bounce, whatever this moving average is, or VWAP that you're using. But yes, let's scale out. That's what I'm just so big on scaling out. So say if you're in, I don't know how many shares you're in, but let's say, because you said hold 10 shares. So let's just say you're in 50 shares. What I started doing early on was taking half in an area. I'm like, okay, I want to take some profit. That feeling, that emotion's going to come as a human. It just is. So what I learned to do was just take half. Like now I'm limiting my risk, putting money in my back pocket, right? So I'm limiting the risk. Why? Because now I'm in smaller shares. I'm in way up above. And I'm also putting money in my back pocket. So I feel a little bit better about that. I'm like, okay, I feel good. And so when it starts coming down, then I would usually scale out another quarter, and then I'd be out. But now I start holding on more and more and more. So you were all about that, saying like, hey, 530 could come down to it. Just practice that. It's not going to come right away. And to me, what I teach my traders doing one-on-ones, when that emotion arises, and you should already have this there. You get in 50 shares. You need to go to your quantity box and type in 25 immediately. So that way you're immediately going to only get out half. Or you can type in 10. So that way you are scaling out 5 times. But get that in there immediately. Go to your quantity box, put in the 50, or go from 50 to whatever you want to scale out. So that way you are immediately ready to scale out and just start practicing it over time. it will start coming to you. You can let's get the next one here.
Oh,
ES
can I
long.
really quickly, Josh? Really, I know we're time rushed. I can do 30 seconds. I just have something really I think that's valuable on this one
I was
here.
gonna
I
have
was charting.
everyone break down their own particular one, but sure, go right on ahead.
I apologize. I'll play by the rules next time. I promise. Just wanted to let you know, whoever was shorting this and had trouble holding on, I don't blame you. And here's what we can kind of look at. It looked to me like you were shorting on either this strong candle or this strong candle, which it's not that it's necessarily wrong, but you got to think about like if we're doing a big sine wave up and down like a roller coaster, you're kind of buying right when it's probably starting to get overbought, but it hasn't really done the crescendo, the crest yet. So that's where it kind of takes some multiple attempts to go up. And this is where your mental capital can get really whittled away. So I noticed right before you sold, you got a big old wick and almost whipped out the top and looked like it was going to explode. And that'll wear on you. So then you got back to nice and green and you started to take the trade off, it looked like. So all I'd recommend is frame this beforehand. Maybe wait until you get a little more confirmation, not just, oh, big green candle, because that can be very spooky. Big green candle into 6 through 6. So instead, you could just be, either scaling in as it kind of bases up here with the stop over here, or you can just say, hey, I just gotta let this thing do its thing. If it stops me, so be it. Otherwise, I'll get the notification the range breaks. I'll get the notification that I locked in some profit off the VWAP. That's what I would do personally. There's a little Josh Smith bounce play potential there as well. So then, if you get the notification, you're like, oh, I'm in the green. I've locked it in down to half size. Now it's a lot more. It's less of a pressure cooker like it was a minute ago here. So you're kind of operating off that adrenaline of that big old wick that almost got you. So that's all I'd say in that one there. Maybe a little over 30 seconds. Sorry, guys.
Let's get to the next one, and this one's all you, Ale. ES. So this is from this is from Ayush, our producer here in chat, trading some ES earlier in the day. So you can take a look at this right here. Got the overextension move here. We're talking about this, right? Buyers take over the VWAP right here is what he's looking at. 5-minute or break or fake out. So it's looking like my man here, major orders books. So I guess Ayush, you're taking this to the long side, right? Risk to reward. Your risk is way down here. Your reward up in this area. So what do you think there, Ale?
Are you seeing this? I'm not seeing it on my
thought
screen.
ES was beautiful this morning. I don't typically trade ES, and like I wasn't right in the head, and I had a pretty bad week. I had a red week, so I really didn't want to take a trade. However, ES gave me one of the most beautiful A plus setups. I don't know why I didn't see it on MNQ. MNQ just didn't look the same as MES, but what I can say is beautiful mapped out trade here, like very, very beautifully arted in here. However, you don't need to put your risk that low. You could literally just risk below the lows. And if you look to the past, just look at where the previous highs were to see your profit target. And let me just take a look at it really quick so I can tell you on ES.
I got it on my screen as well if we need to.
Yeah, is that is the 1 minute time frame?
Yeah, this is 1 minute here.
How come I can't? Oh, let me see. Okay.
Probably looks like for the screenshot we don't have the pre-market data. It just started right at the open.
Oh,
Yep.
okay.
But this was the trade that we talked about, Alejandro, where
Yeah.
Qs were not doing the same thing, right? And it gave the clean entry. We called this out for ES. It looks like Ayush took it. He saw the same thing. Love that. But yeah, Qs was harder, and that's what you're focused on this one.
Here. So on MES, I have a level equal highs at first profit target is 75.27, second profit target is 75.31, and then the equal highs is 75.34. So if you're entering long, you can, as the trade is going your way, you can move into break even, and then as it's really, really moving, then you can just keep continuing to keep your risk into profit and just let that thing run. And if you held it, I mean, you could have held it almost to the order block that I have at 75.40.
Boom.
But it literally swept the previous highs perfectly.
Real quickly here, this is going to be over to Mr. Dimpy here. How about you, Dimpy? You can take part of this. So it says SL&D went long, 86 cents entry, 107 was the exit here. So looks like Taquito got in. There's the exit. Entry price looks like back down here is where he first got in on that W shape before the W even completes. How about that, Dimstar?
SLND. Hold on, I'm pulling it up now. What time of day are we at? Because I can't. Where's that
This is
arrow?
earlier in the day. I guess you guys can't see what I'm seeing that well, but I can see this rather well. I just don't know if you could see the screen.
I'm just trying to. I'm matching. I pulled it up on
It's
my
today.
chart. What minute chart are you on right now?
I don't know. I have no idea, my man. I have no idea.
It looks like a 3 or a 5, I think.
Probably. Could be.
All
Could
right,
be.
Something like
let me
that.
pull up the 5 and see if it matches. Let's see. So, and this guy, the yellow arrow, is that long or short?
That's a good long pre-market play right here. This is pre-market. Pre-market. Pre-market.
It's pre-market, my chart.
It is pre-market, baby. This is pre-market. And it's actually in a 1 minute time frame is what this looks like. Maybe a 3. Maybe a 3. Maybe it is a 3 or a 5. But it's in pre-market. It's in pre-market.
If it's pre-market, it looks like that's long at $1.10.
No. He's long. He went long at 87 and took it at 107. So this is his risk to reward.
Oh, the yellow's the prop. I was gonna say that's not a good long. He entered it.
Yeah,
All right, there we go. I
That's
didn't
his
realize
egg.
you had the tool up. Okay, so we got long at about 86 cents. So let's check that out here. Off that first extension candle, gave a lot back. Right there at 730 on the spike. Then the retest was the entry. Pretty good long. I'm
Yeah,
not
right
a
here.
long guy, so that's not something I would take, but it was worth
We
a
know.
shot. I don't know what his let's see, where was his stop loss? 80. Zoom out a little. I want to see where that red stop is.
It's just that little wick right here, 80 cents. Essentially
It's around
risking
80
the previous
cents.
low. Risking that
So-
previous low.
Yeah, they're looking for the higher low, it looks like, to stick.
Okay,
Yep.
so I
Kind of
like
little-
that we had a stop in place. I would have gave probably a little more of a buffer on the stop there because that's pretty much at support. That bottom wick there, I would have gave it a little bit more, but he didn't need it, which is great. Good entry. As far as, let's see, the exit, we waited a while. I probably would have taken it. So as you see those candles climb, all right, you see how these candles start. I'm going to share my screen. I will show you what I'm looking at. Trade zero, trading view. There we go. You're able to see that.
I don't know that we can actually share your.
I can't put my mouse over to show you the candles I'm talking about. But basically, as it's riding up, I'm just gonna, if I'm long and I'm just gonna chase those candles up, and the first candle that closes below
There we go.
the previous wick. Yeah, here we go. So I believe he entered somewhere around here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So now I'm just gonna chase these candles up, right? See how every candle we're going higher and higher and higher and higher until this red wick right here, which is around, I'll tell you exactly, $1.11, and then this candle closes at $1.10, right? It came down to like $1.06, but it technically closed under that previous wick. I probably would have just cut it right then and there.
I love that discipline.
Yeah.
You're not going to hear that from a lot of traders, guys. So I love that style because you're not letting the trade come back. You're aware that, hey, who knows what's going to happen the next minute? All we know is this is momentum and this is the trade. It can always rebase. You can enter again. That's great
Especially
stuff.
in pre-market. And then, to be honest, I'd be done on the longs for the day. I'd wait for the retest of this triple wick up here, which is $1.17, and I'd have shorts in later in the day, all around that area, and would have nailed it. Right? I probably would have had shorts around. Let's see, anywhere from 110 to about 120 to this top at 122, maybe one more at 125, and then whatever the ATR was at the time, it's only looking like it's about 5 cents now. So maybe if it broke 130, that would have been my stop. And then, so if you want to go with that, what you're seeing there, oh no, that's long side, sorry. Little short side, we would have entered here. We would have had our stop, right about 130. Let's see where the VWAP would have given us. This is kind of what I do, right? Nope, I probably wouldn't have took this, even though it worked out because my risk reward is only 1. So I'm probably not taking it unless I have a chance at 2. So even though it would have worked, right? We had a good short. If I was giving it that, I would have had to tighten my risk a lot more, which I wouldn't have wanted to do because the ATR was around 4 or 5 cents, probably even more at that time because it had more volume then. So that's not, I would have liked it, but I wouldn't have took it because you always have to trade the R, right? Yeah, I want at least 2 to 1 or else I'm not going to enter. Even no matter how good it looked, it's got to be 2 to 1 for me at minimum, which I could show you actually. I can give
All
you
right,
another
guys,
example.
I've got to get out of here. If you want to keep breaking down charts, you guys do whatever you want to do. I have got to go get my hair cut, and my wife does too as well. We got to
Do your
put
thing,
14
brother.
dogs to sleep first. So
Do your thing, brother.
go to bed. Like, go to bed. We got to get there anyway. So you guys have a great rest of your day. Join us back live tonight. You guys can keep going. I'm just stepping off the mic. If you guys want to keep breaking down charts, we have more. If someone wants to get the Discord pulled up, we've got multiple charts. From Joe's got one. Yush has another one. Baccarat's got one on there as well. So if y'all want to go pull those up and go over those, and any more you want to go over, do it to it. I'll be back 9:30 Eastern time here on Trade the Pool. Until then, these guys are just killing it. Y'all can go as long as you want. Go as long as you want. All good by me. I know. Don't kill Ayush though. This poor man needs a pizza Friday. So don't kill him too much. Yeah. Well, he's been going live. You know, he's been. And that's a big shout out to our producer in the background. And here we go. Got to do a round of applause. Thank you so much. He's literally. Yeah, he's here all day long for us. So anyway, I'm out. See you guys later tonight.
Take care, man.
Yeah, have fun.
Good stuff. Real quick, just an update on SPY. We were looking for the long. It did not break out. That's why we needed the confirmation. I set up here. Maybe I should be looking short, but it's not my setup. Dimpy, you sound like you're primarily short, right?
Oh yeah.
And I'm the opposite. So yeah, I was gonna say you guys are gonna get along, and I liked it before. We had me and Josh, the optimists, you know, and then you guys to keep us real. But yeah, a little bit of a washout here.
Well, when we're covering, you can start looking for your longs, okay?
Exactly. I'm in no rush. Exactly. We can all make money here. Dimpy, I had a question because you were talking about ATR, and we also were on another trade there with Ayush, and he's using ATR as well. I'm curious, what ATR, like how far of a look back period are you looking for to take that? Because I think he's just 5 minutes.
I think
maybe an
my
hour.
set is on like 14 candles. I typically trade the 3 and the 5. I go back and forth between them, and I'll use the hourly here as like, you know, if I'm trading from days back, you know, previous support resistance type of thing.
Nice.
ATR, so I'm not about all the indicators. I know people go crazy setting them up and crazy looking charts. You see mine, you're only going to see VWAP, and I have ATR kind of at the bottom. The ATR I just use to kind of force myself not to let things get out of hand, right? Stops, because when I'm looking for stops, especially when I first started, I think I talked about this last week, you know, you'd always find another reason like, oh no, there's resistance there. It's not going to go higher. And then it does. And then it's, oh, well, then it's $5. It's not going to break that. And then it does. So to get out of that kind of bad habit of, oh no, there's another support, there's another resistance, I just said, you know what? I'm going to take the ATR and basically double it. If it breaks double the ATR, you know, unless there's, now that I'm a little more experienced, unless there's some really strong support or resistance level that I know is going to hold, I'm just going to respect that. Went above 2x the ATR, I'm just going to cut this one and I'll get back in on another.
I love that. And how I kind of look at that is like, we're taking something that's quite subjective because, like you said, there's always a goalpost to be moved, right? If you're inclined to be moving goalposts, and I've definitely been there. So by quantifying it as something really tangible like that, it's giving you something to work off of. And I kind of think of it like a recipe. Like it's not like if you add a tiny bit more salt to the pasta sauce, it's going to ruin the darn thing. But you know what? You got to start somewhere. You can't just throw in all the salt. You know, you have to have some starting point, and that's going to be good for the majority of the time, right? So this kind of ATR setup, it's going to work for the majority of trades. And even if one slips through, you know, one would have been a good hold or whatever, that's the exception and not the rule. So I think that's really good for some of the newer traders out there. If you guys have been there, I sure know I have. So Dimpy here uses ATR to help quell that. I started with PSAR, which is parabolic something range, but it's basically doing the same thing. It would put little dots. Like, for example, if I was in this short, it would be putting little dots like doot, 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 doot. And if it broke above and held above there, that was a visual anchor for me to say, okay, only 20% of the trades are going to go above here, hold, and then continue in my direction. So if it holds above here, I have a reason that I can point to on the chart and say, hey, no matter what happens from here, I know this was a valid exit. And so I'm just a big fan of what I'm hearing from you so far there, brother. Good stuff.
Yeah, awesome. And those dots to me, that kind of just looks like it's following the trend, right? Once it breaks that downtrend, you're out, which is another great way to look at it. So I'm all about that. I'm big on trend lines, so I know I put them in myself, but that kind of looks like it's following the trend, right? So if it breaks above that, now it broke the downtrend. Why do I still want to be in it? Take my profits.
Yeah.
No doubt, absolutely. And I also want to agree that, sometimes less is more. And sometimes even with all my experience, I find myself like, why do I have all this stuff on my chart? And I take it off and it's like a breath of fresh air. So you've inspired me, Dimpy. I'm gonna reevaluate, probably take one or two indicators off my main loadout, and then I can flip them on as
I
needed.
didn't inspire you. I don't use anything. Whatever.
What's that? You don't
I
use
said,
anything?
no, I don't use anything.
Yeah.
I respect it, but I don't trust myself quite enough because you know what? It's a comfort. It's like a security blanket thing. Having my
I know. I
VWAP.
get it. I used to.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. You'll find what works for you and doesn't. And
Yeah.
like, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to all the traders in chat. Like,
I was just jealous because
try everything.
Inspired you.
Try 100 indicators. See which ones you like.
Yeah.
I tried them all when I first started. I really only care about the VWAP now, so I keep that on. I have the upper band and the lower band as well. I don't really ever play them. It's just there. I honestly.
Yeah, I used to have that as well.
The original,
Yeah, for those, I only ever find myself using those either Bollinger Bands, VWAP bands, something like that. When things are getting a little bit crazy, and I'm like, well, surely I got to sell sometime, right? Surely it can't keep going up. And then it gives me a kind of an objective reason again to say, hey, sure, it could keep going. Anything could happen. But if you do this 100 times, 80, 90% of the time, this is probably the right decision, and that's all I'm looking for. Just like I'm only trying to catch 80% of a move. I don't really want the sloppy bottom area. I don't really want the choppy top area. Just give me the straight shot. That's where we're at. So love it. Great stuff.
Could we give a little break and come back?
That's fine with me. If you guys want to call it here, and we'll have more great stuff right around the corner. I will be. What will I be doing? In 45 minutes, guys, I'll be back here at the top of the hour for the webinar, and we'll be going over how to pass one of these pesky challenge accounts. So it's going to be a whole lot of fun. We got Josh bringing up the energy from the chat. I can picture him putting dogs to sleep, getting his mullet combed out, and multitasking, giving us some props. So much love, brother Josh, in the chat. Smash that like button, if not for me, but for Josh and them dogs. So
I'm going to go walk my dog, so I'll see you guys back at Power Hour.
All right.
All right, sounds good. Dimpy, anything else before we head out?
No. Whenever you guys want me back on, let me know. I'm happy to join. I think you guys are doing something tonight. We'll come on. I'll talk some charts. I'll show you some stuff that I did today, and we'll talk
Let's
about
hang
that.
out tonight. Let's all.
Anyone that was here last week, I'm gonna update you on that Mara trade.
Okay. Guys, actually, real quick, I'm just realizing we do have 3 more charts on Discord. So if anybody would like to stick around, I'm going to stick around and cover them just a little bit more. I don't want to leave anybody hanging. Dimpy, you're more than welcome. Alejandra, I know you got to probably dash.
I'll be back
but
later.
either way.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Take it easy. I'm going to bring these up right now. Bear with me, folks. Ayush, if you have them on the screen, you're welcome to bring them up and I can talk about them from there. Otherwise, I am navigating, but I'm a little slow here.
Do I have them on? I think I still need the TTP Discord. I do not think I'm in it.
Oh, well, Dimpy, definitely remind me right after this and I'll get you in there.
Yeah, no, I'm looking at it now. I don't see it unless I'm missing something.
Let's see.
That's all right. No rush. Whenever
we got so much content is a thing in this server. I'm like searching around. Which one is this in? Where are those charts for BYOC? Oh, yeah, Ayush, our guardian angel, he's getting us set up on the backside. So I just gotta buy some time here. So we got SPY starting to curl out just a little bit. Some big volume came in when it came up through VWAP. It did smack back down on pretty low volume, so still waiting for this to settle. If you're looking long, we need to flip, basically break this trend where these dots are saying. We need to get back up over VWAP, probably push up, and then push a nice high or low as well to get involved. So I'd be looking for something like that, little kind of inverted head and shoulders. Otherwise, totally fine with letting this thing shake and bake, settle itself out into the end of the week, because you know what? We're going to hit the ground running Monday, and I like what I'm seeing on the charts for next week here. Let's see.
Looks like he said go to the trading floor, the first channel.
Awesome. Thank you. It is. Oh, it's just trading floor. Okay. So many good ones. Awesome. Cool. So we're going to get going here. Awesome. Oh, nice. We got it right there. It looks like RUBT.
I think it's RUBI.
RUBI. Okay. Did you hear me this morning? I was looking for my glasses. I'm blind as a bat. So even with them.
This looks
Struggling
like
there.
this doesn't look like today. I think this was yesterday. Uh,
So I, th- I think I have Discord up on my screen. I see
looks like a
it's
one
Smitty in
minute.
the house.
Yeah.
Okay, and yeah, and there's Joe as well. Okay, so yeah, I'll start with that one. Scrolling up, perfect. All right, I got it. Here it is. He's on it. Never mind. So Ruby here, our good friend Joe in the chat, took the short. Potential money flow in the morning, but a halt down after open. So the big spike up and then the halt down right after the bell. So Joe hit the bid into the halt and set a stop at the high after the open. So his idea here was in case it bounced up a little bit after that halt, he wouldn't get tagged there. Other stocks got the MOB, he says. I'm not sure what that means.
The
Maybe
mob.
all of the just straight up mob.
The
Okay,
mob.
like all of the volume came
All the
in.
volume, all the
Okay.
traders, everyone wants to be there. That's where the mob's looking.
Gotcha. Okay, so this Dimpy, you're a big small cap guy, right?
Correct.
Okay, so awesome. You're the resource I need. I get scared by this stuff. It sounds like it's almost like a feeding frenzy, though. They go from one to another to another. Is that
Oh
the
yeah.
mob? Okay,
Yeah.
awesome. I know the mob then. All right, we got some of the mob in chat. The
Oh
smart
yeah.
money.
I'm part of
So
the mob, baby.
there you go. We got the mob right here in the house. So sounds like Joe covered into support. I see that. Let's see. Cover into the support. Yeah, down there. I like that where the green arrows are right under that red line. Disappointed that he didn't keep on for a little bit lower. So same as VMAR, I should have kept some on for lower. It was unexpected that they would fail so hard. So Dimpy, this is something I hear a lot, and it's something that I relate to. When you get the move faster than you expect, it's so easy to just say, well, all right, that's the trade, and not kind of take into account the velocity that it took to get there. That's also information that's telling us something, and
Mhm.
often that it's not done. So I'm guilty of this, and I think all that we can really do, in my opinion, is just to, hey, leave some on and let let the math work for you, right? Because when you get the big velocity and you have an idea that, hey, it could keep going, that's a good candidate to leave a runner on. I don't know. Do you have any approach for that kind of situation where it just gets to your target super quick?
So if it's that quick on a trade like this, he had a great idea in mind already that where he
Hmm.
took profit.
Yeah.
You see that lower wick from pre-market. He took basically his looks like he scaled out one and then another.
Yeah.
Um, it looks like he on that second scale out. It looks like he kind of did leave a runner, but then when he saw
Mhm.
that green candle pop in, we kind of just went, all right, I'm done. Which
Yeah.
I'm not mad about that. That's fine. The only thing maybe you could have did a little better was remember how I was just talking about chasing those candles down. I mean,
Oh yeah, yeah.
look at that previous wick on that the red candle with the top wick there.
Mhm.
After his first exit, just
Yes.
put the stop
Still
just
going.
above that instead. I mean, you're only going to cost yourself another 10 cents there, and it never broke that, and then you would have had
Yeah.
continuation down.
Oh,
So
I love that. Yeah.
that's
So basically, trail the stop, but not just arbitrary trailing. Actually using those
just
candles.
on the
That's
on the
so
candles
nice.
that the one you use, the one you like. He's using a 1 minute chart, then you stick to your 1 minute. You don't start switching to the 5 and the 10. You stick with what you're doing, right? So he was using the one. You stay on the one. You see what happens with the one. It never broke that previous wick, and then you actually would have wound up getting a crate. I don't even know. You have to zoom out. You would have still been in this. Let's see.
Yeah, it could
Now
be.
349. It goes off the screen. You'd have to zoom out for me to see, and you just keep
Yeah.
chasing
Wow.
it.
No, I love that, and it reminds me of a great concept I learned from one of
Yeah.
the
Wow.
greats
So
out there. Right.
yeah,
Yeah.
you'd
Sheesh.
still
Just
be chasing this thing all the way. Oh, this is VMAR, different stock, but
this same look though. No, absolutely.
it looks like. Let me see if I pull that up. VMAR was when? What day is this? This is
Should be today, I believe.
nah. It
Perhaps
can't
not.
be today. There's like no volume on VMAR today. Let's see when.
Okay.
This looks like it was
When it was trading around $2, 2 to 130
July
range.
14th, maybe 3 days ago. It spiked up to around 333. I'm not sure. I'm trying to find. There's not. I don't have enough. High says what? 225.
Yeah, 225. Let me start hunting here too. Now we got to find it. Wow. Yeah, this thing's been getting beat
Yeah.
on.
So that was the 14th,
14?
and pre
Yeah.
market it went crazy. Pre market it was at 335, and that's the open.
Wow.
Um,
Wild move there. What this reminds me of, Dimpy, it's this concept that I learned from Fabio Valenti. He's a killer scalper. But one thing that he was so good at that I wanted to replicate or emulate was his ability to just play these momentum breakouts, kind of like what you're talking about. You've been talking to the downside, but it works for the upside too, where you have this kind of like this dam that just breaks down, right? And I think it's basically either shorts covering or longs getting liquidated, where they're kind of chasing. All of a sudden, the longs have to close their longs. Meanwhile, the shorts, they're pressing their shorts even harder. So it's like this double.
Let me interrupt you real quick because someone
sure.
in the chat just said WU is popping. Is there a way you can pull up the WU chart right now, or pull up my
get on that? Should be able to flip on.
I just kind of want to
show
a quick strategy. I don't know if people are interested, but we'll try it out.
I'd love to see it. Yeah, absolutely. So if we pull up my screen, there it should be good now.
I think I'm still sharing it.
Usually, he's right on this. We're throwing him just about everything we can, and he's still crushing it here. Thank you so much, Ayush. So in just a sec, we'll be checking out WU here. This is the Western Union Company. Interesting action here. Big volume coming in. Thank you, Ayush. Awesome. We're seeing it. Just big surge here. All right, Dimpy, feel free whenever.
All right, so it's a little harder because it's not my chart, so I can't scroll and show you. But you're seeing crazy overextension right now, right? I mean, it's not. It's ripping. It looks like huge rips because it doesn't have a ton of momentum like normally, right? There's not too much volume on this. But what I would do, pretending this is a typical small cap, is now I see this rip happening. I'm gonna go to the hourly, and I'm gonna scroll back, and I'm gonna find. I don't know if he can grab the hourly chart real quick.
Yeah, I'm on the hourly here, having to scroll way back.
Previous resistance.
Let's see.
Let's see the last time it was as high as it is, if you can find it, and see if there's any wicks around. Look at that. We're pretty much right there or right past there right now. What's that, 870? Oh, here we go. He's got
860, 870.
So here we go. So now this first thing I'm gonna do. All right, I see momentum's coming. Bang! I'm coming to these wicks right here. So first thing I notice, right around this area, 861. We're actually already over that. So what I'm going to do is just wait here. If it closes above that, I don't want it. If it closes under that, I'm going short. I'll do it right now live. I would take that. However, let's see. I would probably do it on the 3-minute chart. So basically, I'm sitting here and we have 1 minute and 30 seconds to see if this dumps back down to around that 860, 865 area. I'd really want to see it fade like a strong red candle here all the way back down, and then I would take the short. If it closes above, I'm not touching it. That's where you take over. That's where those longs, like I would maybe even take a shot. It now closed over. Let's see, go back to that 1 hour. If it closes over that previous resistance there, then we just invalidated it, right? We broke and we closed over it. So we'll see. We'll see how much more we could rip up. And then there's not really another level until maybe like that 875 mark. Now we're there now. So
this. I don't want to cut you off, but I think it might be prescient in the next minute or two here. Just on the daily, you'll probably see something pop out at you. There's a gap as well as a 200-day moving average. I know it's arbitrary, esoteric crayons, but the 200, definitely a lot of traders are watching that one. So we have this daily gap as well as the 200 lining up here, and then the high volume node at the $9 handle. So personally, I would like to see a rejection, either a spike up into and a rejection of the 9, or maybe it fails to even get there and rejects off this 200, or just shows weakness right here in the gap. But these are just 3 areas of interest for me, and I never know how each one's going to react, but I always know that it's worth watching at these large levels. So just a little bit of color there, but I like everything you're talking about here.
I was just trying to compare it to like how a small cap would play out. Large caps kind of become a little different, but it was a good example of a spiking stock.
I love it. And this is where I think you guys are getting just the sauce for free, guys. This is stuff that Dimpy could be charging behind a paywall for this because it's repeatable, it's actionable, and it just works, guys. Not every time, but nothing works every time. This is something, if you practice it, it's kind of like an ATM. And it's really, I don't know, to me, it feels like magic, Dimpy. I don't know about you, but like when I discovered trading, I was like, it's like a whole new world. Like this we have the coolest job in the world, don't we? It's so much fun.
It's great.
I love it, man. I love it. Let's see. I think we got a few more trades rocking and rolling here. I know, Tyler, Smitty had one here. So looks like entries.
This is one of those charts for me with the indicators.
I know. I'm like, you see me squinting like, what am I looking at?
This is what, NVIDIA?
This is NVIDIA. It's NVIDIA. It looks like he entered. I don't have the price side of this, so I can't fully see what's going on here. Let's pull it full screen at the very least. Okay, so it seems like we're going to call the entry on this pullback here. So I think he said, okay.
what are we on, a 15-minute chart? It looks like it's highlighted.
That's a great question. It does look like that very slightly. But this doesn't seem to be 15 minutes, does it? This is a whole lot of candles here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I think this is.
Unless it's not from today.
I think we're getting
Oh no, it's just
psyoped by
today.
that.
I think it might be a 5. The 5 looks
Yeah, okay.
reasonably.
That's so weird because I saw the 15 glow in there too. I think it's just an artifact or something. So let's say he got in at the first pullback there. All I know is we broke the range of the opening range there, smashed above, came back. It looks like you're getting in on a back test of that opening range is how I would look at it there. So I like that. It washed you out just a tiny bit, but looks like you stuck with it. You had a line on that screen telling you to hold there. That's one good thing. You have enough lines. Something will always line up there. No, just giving you a hard time. But I do like the idea here. So basically, you don't chase up here. You wait for it to come back to you. And then, you don't get too greedy either. You see it comes up and sweeps this high. Personally, that would probably be my target. And then just because it's kind of like a grind up, it doesn't like get there really fast and then consolidate. It's kind of just like grinding all day long. So for me, it's like, okay, what's it grinding for? What's it reaching for? Okay, target acquired. We swept the liquidity here. Now I have to watch and wait. And that's where you get this kind of washout. I do like that you don't go down with the ship. I think NVIDIA pulled back more, at least to VWAP. So I love that you protected your gains there and got out when it looked like this kind of basing was failing in the top right corner there where it says exit. I like it, Tyler. So Tyler, did I get that right on the, oh, here we go. About a 207.5 call. 7/24 expiry. Okay. Yeah. So about a weekly call. Next weekly. Entered at 10:32 and left at 1:35 today. So it sounds like, yeah, we got the rough entries and exits right there. And I like that. When you got the leverage, you don't need that big of a move. And well, the only thing I would say, if I could be a little bit nitpicky, is you got a nice gamma pop here. When you got the big candle through the high of the day. For me, that's cherry on top, really nice exit. And I don't even care if it goes higher. So that's how I would trade this. But I like where you stop out too, so you're not letting it come back at you.
Yeah, it looks like from what I'm doing on my own chart here, it looks like he had props to you. You had a perfect trend line on the 5-minute, and it looks like he exited.
Did I just lose?
You saw candle confirmation on the trend line crack, so that's great. The only thing you could have did better was reverse the trade and chase the candles down, because still currently it has not, one 5-minute candle has not broken the previous 5 candle wick even now, and we're just coming down to the VWAP here. Would have been a nice area to take like 50% and leave a runner to see if this dumps the rest of the day. But great job in the long, great exit. I like chasing it and letting it go, riding the trend line. As soon as it broke, good discipline. I'll take that all day.
Get your head around trading both sides of the tape. So much money to be made, guys. Usually you get 2 trades every day instead of just the 1. So loving this. Nice crack there. And that was really definitive. I like how you did take a minute or two, but it's not like it was free falling and you were waiting. You were waiting saying, hey, is this crack going to hold? Didn't show a big wick back. So then no reason to stay in it. Awesome, Tyler. Good stuff, brother. All right. I think we got maybe one more in the house. It's always weird seeing your face on. What is that? Just wait till we get you plastered all over the place too, dude. It's
Oh man.
It'll be a good time. So let's see. Did we talk? I think we talked Beret's trade already. Hey, just let me know if I'm missing one here. Okay, so let's get to Baccaro's and then one more looks like. Awesome. I love the really clean chart and making my job easier, Baccaro. I always love this. And it's usually, Baccaro Trader FX. It's you Forex guys, you futures guys. You got really clean charts, and I respect that.
Yeah, I struggle. I've never traded Forex. I'm out on the Forex, so you take this one away.
Dude, that's above my pay grade too, because I'm sitting over here thinking like, give me one set of catalysts. Don't give me 2 economies to deal with. That's a lot of moving parts. So luckily, this is just the E-mini futures. Looks like we see the strong demand mapped out here where we got a V shape prior, and that started this larger trend. So I like this type of look. It's basically looking back a couple weeks, finding out where the potential bounce is. I know Josh loves to play these. He calls them his signature bounce plays off of basically a prior area of support. So for me, it's kind of like an extended higher low. This kind of I trade a lot of lower low into higher low patterns, trying to snipe those. And apologies there. And yeah, when they work, it looks great like this. So we see that it transacts, and then you just see, I like taking these. What is this, a 30-minute candle? looks like perhaps a 30-minute candle. So I like taking these 30 minutes on the flip here. So you see it push down into your support. So I'm locked in waiting for it, but I probably wouldn't be buying down here until we get kind of confirmation of volume pushing back through that 2 candle neckline that you see right there, where the red candle closed and then this one opened, pushed down, and then reclaimed. So I love buying reclaims, Dimpy. That's like my favorite go-to setup. Just a failed breakdown often provides so much juice because I'm going long, and not you, you're the professional shorter, but the other shorters, they're getting squeezed. They have to capitulate. They're like, all right, fine, I'll close here. And then it keeps ripping higher. Oh, fine, I'll cover more here. I'll cover more here. And that juice can really get these explosive upside moves through those necklines. So loving this action. And your target, it looks like, was basically trading back roughly into the kind of area of congestion in the pre-market. I think that's a good area to look for. Again, this is another one where you can say, hey, we get a good entry and we're cooking. We take some off. You could leave some on, but at the end of the day, probably these futures guys, you trade with some size. So I bet you got paid handsomely on this. You made your day happen in the first half an hour. And my big thing is, why ever push it? Why ever try to min-max and get that last small percent? If you feel you have a good, clear target, take your money, don't look back.
Yeah,
Strongly believe that's the way to
he
go.
just went for the true 2-to-1.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
gonna go out on a limb and say he didn't even have an actual target. I think he just had a stop. He had an entry and a stop in mind, and put a 2, because if you double that red space, that's about the
Yeah.
win. I think he just went for 2-to-1, which is a great trade. I don't mind. People sometimes are like, oh, why would you get out at just 2-to-1? Why don't you leave a runner? Like, 2-to-1's a great trade. If you 2-to-1 at like 35%, you're gonna be making money even if you lose more than you win. So I can never hate on that. I think that's a good job all around. And listen, maybe he did use support and resistance or that prior congestion you talked about, but it was at least 2-to-1. So I'm in on that. Good job, brother.
I love it. I think you're totally right. Now that I look at it, it looks pretty obvious. That's exactly, yeah. So good call there. Good eye. That's kind of like me. I'm just like walking around outside and I like see like a crack on the sidewalk. I'm like, oh, that's 62% of the distance between this line and this line. It's funny, those patterns that just get ingrained in our brain when we trade them enough. But yeah, I love it. If you make your money, call it a day, or at least take a breather, pay yourself, relax. Great stuff there, Bacaro. And let's see. All right, I think Ayush, did we get to your this trade here, the doji breakout on 10? Okay, this is the one we want to talk about. Yeah, because this is clean. I know you. I think this is one you brought up yesterday, and this is really nice. So this is an area of comfort for me, Dimpy, because I love these VCPs, this volatility contraction type look. And this is basically like, it's kind of like a cup and handle, but even tighter. It's like basically just showing that there are buyers stepping in sooner on each of these swing lows, and they're kind of just we usually see volume drying up as well, and the volume spikes will be on the dip buys. So I like this low volume on the pullback, and then nice pop of volume there when we catch. So then we're looking for the higher low here, and let's see, yeah. So he's saying very nice high volume here. So this is why he's looking long in the first place. And I see I see very low volume on the second pullback, really just getting very tight until finally the volume comes in right here. And this concept, Ayush has got it all labeled out here. Dry volume. You never short a dull market, right, guys? And the reason for that is we get the big pop. Market's excited, but they're not willing to pay this premium up here at 585. So they say, yeah, I'm a buyer, but not up here. Let's find where support is. Previously, support was down here. We just popped through this level of, it was, resistance. I see it from the morning there coming across. Doji above, test it back, and then surge on volume. So now we're in the waiting game. Where is support going to come in? We want to see it come in before here. Kind of tests it, but we do find the support. So then we're watching the volume dry up as basically they're running out of shares in this new range. Once there's no more shares, if it's still bullish, the bulls will start bidding each other up. There will be nobody left to sell. And that's what we're really seeing as this dries up and then the volume starts spiking. Tiny little bit of red, but this was so low volume there. And then they're eager to buy right down here at 520. That's now a discount. Before they were, buying it under 500, and then here they're buying at 500. So just ramping on up, and then you get the volume coming in as we surge. I love that looks like it's another ATR stop here, where it's basically saying, hey, if this thing makes an outsized move to the downside after we have all this bullishness, I don't want to be a part of it. that's not a random stop loss or stop hunt. That's probably a real reversal, a real rejection. So I love the risk management. I love the setup. And without seeing all of the chart on the left, going back, hard to say where the best target is, but I like that you're aggressive with this because I think that this is the type of move that can really carry. And just because you got your take profit maybe up here, you can always take some off before then or keep moving your trailing up as it works on these higher lows. And so lots of ways to manage this, but I like being aggressive, looking for a bigger move because this is a nice digesting pattern here. Multi-month, by the way. So this is not a 1 minute chart. So I love this type of look. Great look for the swing trade. And he is heavily positioned in this. It could be my trade of the year. The fundamentals are A+. So amazing stuff here. And I got to figure out if I can trade this. Was this the one that was on the Indian Stock Exchange, Tanla? Let's see. You should be very curious to hear what ticker this is so I can find out. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I couldn't.
Showing all my settings.
I was looking. I couldn't find out which one it was.
Let's see. Sorry, Ayush, you were a little quiet there as well. What was that one more time? I think I got to get a better... I got to get a headset or something. So I'll have to find this one. Oh, Tenla on the NSE exchange. Thank you so much. I'll pull that right on up here. There we go. Let's see on this daily how it's looking. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful action here. And man, this is pretty. So it's just taking its time, kind of retesting off the top of this shelf. And I think this could be a very nice extension entry, continuation entry even. Maybe a smaller size than I would take if I was, getting a really nice entry like Ayush down in here somewhere. But I love this, and to me, it's looking like a bigger cup and handle as well. So I love holding these for really aggressive moves, just taking some off as it works, but expecting continuation. So let me extrapolate this out, and then we can wrap up here. I know we're going over. Apologies, Ayush. You are the GOAT, hanging in there. There's the extensions. So what I usually look for here, awesome, is basically the next big extension up out of this range. I would love to see this 1.27 get tested, and I see that it's aligning pretty nicely with a nice volume shelf there. If we go over to the left, also some area of interest. It looks like seeing some top wicks, back and forth chop in there. Yeah, that looks good to me. So I would love to see this bottom of the big shelf tested. This is where I would imagine the only other place I could see it really slowing down, and that's just because we have this kind of consolidation here as well, another level, and that shows on the volume profile. But really, I think that with this kind of move, this kind of base, you're going to plow right through this and dig on up to this 675 at the very least, with the potential for much, much more. So loving this setup, and I'm going to keep an eye on this one as well. Awesome stuff. And we're going to leave you guys with one awesome quote here from Talk. Life is one big Fibonacci sequence. It's all ups and downs, brother. So it's all about how you ride those waves. Awesome stuff. And Dimpy, thank you so much for hanging out. It's been a lot of fun here.
Absolutely, brother.
Awesome. Cool. And we'll see you tonight?
Yeah.
Nice, nice. Well, then I will let you get some rest here. I'm going to get a quick bite to eat because in 20 minutes, guys, I'm coming back for a webinar. We're going to be talking about how to pass those challenge accounts. So until tonight, Dimpy, it's been great hanging with you, and I will see you next time, my friend.
Take care, bro.
All right. And see you guys in just a flash here. We're going to go to the scanners now. Take care, y'all.